Gotta enter mod view.
This one's the prettiest, in my opinion.
My brain has been chopped into pieces and tossed into a casserole.
Well, I also wanted to remind everybody, like, as far as Joe knows, I have to go back because we have diplomats coming in 2 days.
Yeah.
So I have people from some type of. We were planning on going and taking a Someril trip because we can.
Yeah. Your diplomats are
And
showing up on the
get out
day
of
of a
the
major eclipse.
Oh, great. Lovely.
Remember we got to figure out where what's his head came from.
Which what's his head?
Violet's boyfriend.
Oh yeah, Halcyon, and they're in their family tree that is a wreath. It's not a family tree, it's a fucking post.
Yep.
Elvas is the name of that old snow elf, by the way. I wrote that down.
Good old Tilvas.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shower at break time. So Joe, you have to have a break so I can take a 15-minute shower.
Understood.
Megan, me and Jesse have decided this one's the prettiest one, and so you're getting it.
Okay.
Hey Siri, set a timer for 2 hours.
You can compliment. I like that. That was a nice compliment.
Okay. Means regardless of what's happening in the session, the break's gonna happen in 2 hours.
Vanessa says, Joe, do you need a hand with any of the maps for the dragon turtle, or are all good?
I will say this. Given how fucking scrambled my brain has been in the last few weeks and is likely going to be at least over the next few days while I'm also trying to straighten out insurance and food stamp problems.
Don't get me started on that.
Having something I can quickly switch to in the event that I don't have the time to make one. It'd be great.
It'd be great. We're fighting on top of the dragon turtle. The map will be the dragon turtle.
Yeah, I think I've already stated outright that this is one of those fights where the map is the boss fight. But either way. Kind of, the plan is a little bit body horror Shadow of the Colossus.
There's going to be, like, nodes on the map that we have to attack? Or
yeah,
just
how the
can
hell
you
else am I
attack
going to
anywhere?
make fighting a map functional?
I also really want to have Violet talk to Halcyon and have a little bit of a moment, considering the situation.
Understandable. Either way, I will say this. You guys get inspiration die for that recap.
On top of that, we have a giant black hole full of all this stuff, by the way.
Yep. You all get an additional inspiration die for being patient with my deteriorating ass over the last few weeks.
You're fine, bro.
I won't complain about an additional inspiration.
I won't say no to it, but I'm gonna say everything's fine.
And finally, warm-up roleplay question, because hell, even I fucking need this to pull my brain up out of the grind. Alright.
I'm on listening duty because all 3 of the girls are sick. Well, Letty's about to get sick. She's got to get in the beginnings of a fever. Oh, that's right.
The fact that this question comes with a caveat is fucking funny to me, which means optionally, this question can earn you 2 inspiration because of the caveat. You can also just take 1 inspiration if you don't want to deal with the caveat.
Alrighty.
So, starting of course with camera order as we do, and we'll start with Violet. What is your character's scent? Bonus points for a description that sounds like it could be from a bad or awesome fanfic.
Like a fanfic of the character? I don't know what you're talking about.
Like if you were to describe your character in a specific, the smell. Like,
Their
you know how they...
aroma.
Their aroma.
Their
Their
musk.
scent.
Her smell
Their
is
natural
somewhere
musk.
between
Their BO.
the high point when violets are like the sweetest smell, and that soft smell of pollen. And if we're gonna be honest, because of her mother, it's more of like she smells like peppermint. Or more like spearmint. I like spearmint with peppermint. Spearmint smells better. And it's also natural mint. It's like that big. She smells like mint plant, which is like this the wafting dew of mint plant.
Solid.
That high key point. And if we're gonna talk about like wetty sweaty, somewhere between like a juniper breeze kind of smell, like with that juniper smell, and minty cupcake or chocolate, dark chocolate mixed with mint ice cream.
So in other words, like a mint gin, kind of.
But gin is it has alcohol smell, so.
Alcohol derived from juniper, but yeah. Cool. Solid. I'd say that's worth 2.
We wanted angels. Angels is completely different.
We'll give angels.
Angels is a combination between, I would say at this point, like every single type of flower. Like the good kind of high point smells of flowers. It's mixed and it's sweet with a cinnamon aroma as the base. If we're going to talk about high notes, it's that flower smell. And the base notes are a cinnamon, sugar, like cinnamon almost. And if we're going to talk about the mid-tone, it smells like the night when you go outside and the dew is just kind of sitting and the moon is just risen. That we're kind of airy humid smell, that sweet smell.
Okay, solid. That's worth its points as well. Now, as a joke, I'm still going to end up saying that apparently Angel smells like the Yankee Candle and Febreze section of Home Depot. All right.
No.
I know.
That's too much. It's a soft smell.
Fair.
And then when you get to get hugs, it's like that soft cinnamon smell. Like home.
Fair enough.
It smells like pumpkin spice. There you go. The pumpkin spice latte.
Don't remind me what season we're in. We already have the cinnamon sticks up for sale at my work. They're literally just branches sprayed with artificial cinnamon smell.
Too fucking early. Too fucking hot for that scent.
It's everywhere.
I'm Hispanic, so I can't say anything. There's cinnamon in everything.
Vanessa, you don't get it. We already have New Year's stock in the stock room. But anyway.
I bet if I went back to GameStop, we'd have Christmas stuff in there. Starting to come in a little bit every time.
Shh.
Not Halloween anymore.
No more of the retail employees get a preview to early season prep. All right.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask Dusty if they have any Christmas stuff at Walmart.
Oh, somewhere. Another time, in another place. A retail version of Griffin sneezes.
Not sorry, I'm going to get this stuck in everybody's head. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
No,
there we go.
No.
Bricks go for scent.
I was waiting. So, Avery
I have
is
rage.
he's probably smells like a cat that got into a bottle of mead.
Bottle of what?
Mead.
Bottle of mead. Is that because that's the smell you have in your room right now?
No, the mead's 2 rooms away, but
Mead does smell.
I just like the smell. I like the smell of cats, and I like the smell of mead. So
Fair enough.
Cats. It comes with the secondary thing of litter
Yeah.
box.
Oh, I
I
thought you were
don't like
saying
that smell. I only smell that smell when he's actively doing the deed, though. The litter does its job.
Like, some people don't put enough litter in the litter box, and it's like a question if they just, like...
Oh no, my family.
Litter's expensive, so is replacing drywall. Put the litter in the box.
Yes. Also, your floorboards.
Well, I've got tile, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. If it seeps through the tile.
Yeah.
Oh, stop! Ceramic
Like
is
it's a
porous.
warm, dusty smell with a slight. There's the warmness of the cat, and there's also the warmness of the honey and yeast. So it's
Their natural yeast that they have on they have pH on their body. They smell like almost like breadcrumbs. How do I know that?
You have smelt my cats, and they get baths every
Also
other
because your
week.
olfactory senses are crazy, but we've established this.
You were the one who told me that my first apartment had a slight smell of cat pee, like as if they didn't even give a shit to clean it.
It didn't smell like it smelled like the boys had pissed.
Mhm.
Like in spots that you couldn't notice, but in a while they would be noticeable.
luckily for me, Reese came
fact
litter
that I
trained,
know
so I
that-
didn't have to worry about that.
I would have even trained Reese. Reese was probably smart enough to even make the toilet thing work where they pee in the toilet.
If I put the effort into trying to train him to do it, he absolutely would be.
He'd be like, "Excuse me, I'm in the middle of taking a poop. Go away.
Shut the door. Fine.
Shut the door."
He would probably figure out how to shut the door and then freak out because he's
Shut
in
the
bathroom.
door.
So
One
our
point puts in
our bathroom door is the knob-shaped knob. It's not a lever, so he would have a hard time.
Don't tempt me. Like, you have to understand, okay, I just watched this cat with one of those old little fashioned knobs. It's like round as crap. Literally open it and literally look at us like, "That was nothing. Try again." It's like,
Oh my god. How? They don't got the grippers. Forget thumbs, they don't have grippers.
I know they don't. We were trying to keep him out of there because we are allergic. So this is at my sister's new apartment where she's staying, like the little room she's staying in. She has this beautiful orange and white tabby like mix. And oh, he smells so good, and he's so cute and so sweet and soft. And I was
Like,
like,
you
I
can't
just
touch
wanna
him.
I
Thank you,
just
Vanessa.
wanted
These
no.
are some solid options if we have to use these. Just imagine it's in a frozen coastline. But either way.
I picked him up. And I put him in that room, and then we shut the door. It was only 10 minutes. It was only 10 minutes. And there he was. We could hear it. We could hear the movement of the knob. It was like, he's here. And I was like, why? How did you open this door? It had a baby-proof thing on it. One of those ones where it has like an extra
What?
space.
It had the
It
extra
has
thing
a-
that you have to grip it with?
So, guys, we're getting prepped for D&D. Character smells.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're talking about how scary cats can be.
Less scary and just unnaturally smart.
I can understand humans. They did a test.
So you get your inspiration die for how Avery smells. Piper.
Was it 1 or 2?
I'd say 1 for that because it wasn't horribly
Okay.
colorful. I know
All
it's,
right.
it's nitpicky, but there was specifically
No,
the
it's
caveat
good.
laid out in the question.
It's good. I don't read a bunch of fanfics, so it's probably why.
I read a ton of
Okay.
fanfic, but I don't.
Mine's a little difficult because I have 4 states of being. So we're going to start with her typical one, which is the lava one. You're going to, when you walk past her, smell a lot of burnt rock, ash, and unfortunately rotten eggs because sulfur
Sulfur.
comes out with lava. So, with all of them, I've looked up the scent of every single one, has a bad undertone smell. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but this is a magic world. You can say that the lava smells like, candy. And you don't know that. You
No,
don't know.
You wouldn't have to have
We're
the
not getting
sulfur
into
with
the
a
candy races.
magical
You guys
lava.
haven't visited that plane of existence.
It can just smell like
Piper-
old, like
Candy,
rock.
you gotta remember, Piper, very autistic, very must be realistic. So, it's gonna smell like the real thing because she does not have the energy to try and make herself smell different. She has several kids and is trying
We'll
to
wait
be
till
a doctor.
Archfey stage. We'll wait till Archfey stage. She's
Yeah,
like,
when she's in Archfey, yeah, she's like, I'll figure this out later when I'm in Archfey. Just fuck off right now.
She'll just smell like a coffee house. Anyway.
Yeah, when
That's
she's in
the other
Archfey,
thing,
she will
right?
smell like various shades of coffee. So that's just lava smell. When it's the
She's feeling sassy. She'll
decay,
smell like a Starbucks.
when it's decay. Now, mushrooms, actually, she keeps mostly typically to mushrooms because mushrooms actually have a good smells. Depending on which mushroom is where, it smells like flowery, not like a flower, but like flour, like the bread
Baking
making
product.
Yeah.
So we've got
Also-
the yeast and the flour.
But also sometimes a little bit floral, very earthy, and then depending on it, can actually be reminiscent of seafood.
Or info dumping.
Then overgrowth smells really, really like overgrown lawn and lots of strong flowers and like a little bit of cut grass, but not the good smell of cut grass, the bad smell of cut grass.
You've stepped off the beaten path into forest undergrowth.
Exactly.
Are we
And then-
talking about the wet smell, like when you mix water and grass together and it's like
Yes.
comfy? Ew.
But that's
Sometimes
typically just where her pits and where she sweats is. So you won't smell that unless you're getting all up in her overgrowth, literally.
Y'all have wild onions?
Okay, those smell pretty cool.
Yeah, like I've never seen them, but you know if a yard had them when it was mowed because it smells like strong. It smells like someone ground onion.
I have a question. Can Angel have given Piper a coffee scented perfume for? So, because coffee literally kills and cuts through all the smells.
So all you have to do is make a coffee extract, put it in some alcohol, and then put it in a spray bottle.
Yeah, kind of.
But I'm saying free perfume. This is what she smells like.
Oh, I know. Yeah, but
We're going on
actually-
natural must.
Yeah, natural must. And then the flood actually kind of smells a little bit tropical, little CE because it's like pith. But there's the muggy, musty smell because flood also has a lot of dirt.
And a lot of stuff that let's take with it.
we're not gonna talk about the sewage in that flood.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
we will not eat. We will bypass that completely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's each form's natural smell.
There's ocean, and then there's the distinct aroma of sea foam.
Yes.
Stop it.
So essentially, where she sweats is where the gross smells are at.
Yeah.
But everywhere else is the nice, good, burning rock and other scents. So that's Piper.
What I'm
That's
hearing is we
Hookaway.
have to have a locker room one shot with you fucks. No, I'm kidding.
I once, when I was starting lights and sound in high school, I had my senpais, the upperclassmen, describe a couple colors that they were making as a seafoam green and a pale salmon.
Anyway, but there's Piper's. Pre-perfume.
Two inspiration die.
Hey. Like, I have 4 states of being. I had to do research while they were doing theirs.
Yeah,
Yes,
I had a little time to think, but not a lot.
Your turn.
I think Nessie would smell like outside.
Well, let's find out.
You know, if it's possible to get the inspiration question ahead of time so that we have time to think about it before session.
Well, I rolled for it. right here, so yeah, I can probably go for it ahead of time, but either way.
That'll be
Let's do
next time.
So,
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
My bad. I would say smells like sea salt with a hint of copper and bronze, and a little bit of petrichor.
What was the last bit?
outside. It smells like outside.
Petrichor. A pleasant smell that frequently accompanies the first rain after a long period of warm, dry weather.
Oh.
But I was trying to describe the same smell.
Yeah.
It's what
I
anything
just
smells
literally
like.
Googled it because I was like, I know what that is, but I don't know how to put that into a sentence, so I just gave you the definition.
Earthy
He's good.
scent.
He smells
Rain
like
on
outside.
dry soil.
He smells like the good parts of
Okay.
outside, not the bad parts like Piper.
Yeah,
So.
but every man smells like the bad parts at some point.
Well, duh. Everybody does.
The same.
And
So
so
do
you get one inspiration die for the scent, given that it wasn't, getting into the stereotypical, like, here's the description of the scent in a bad fan fiction type thing. But given that you also gave me a word that I was unfamiliar with, and now I'm actually delighted to know, I'll
I
also
love
give you an
that smell.
additional 1d6 inspiration that you can use on whatever the fuck you want,
I just forgot what that one smelled like. I
Thanks.
forgot what the word was.
including death saving throws.
Ministra.
We gotta wait for her to tippy typey.
Oh, no,
Okay.
she's already did it. She already did
The
it.
Amira both have the scent of vanilla. Venestra has a rather dull scent at times, otherwise sea salt and vanilla are her general scent. Amira has the extra scent of a cat. A vanilla cat.
Can we not have the corpse party reference in this? No.
I
We've
feel
got-
like you shouldn't expect any less.
Mead cat and vanilla cat.
The one that's in the visual.
GIF.
The GIF. It's constantly going in circles. I don't need the anime's disappointment of that story.
I don't know what you're talking about. What gift?
She already got rid of it.
No, there's a corpse party is a game. Corpse party is a game.
It's a really
A
good
game you enjoy.
but,
Quite a bit. I might add.
but
Yeah,
then they
but,
made an anime and they
The
fucked
anime
it
was
up.
all the bad endings.
Never gave you one of the good endings.
I'm so disappointed.
What, did you want the animated to be named Survivor Party?
Yes.
Yes.
Funny enough, I feel like that would be a completely separate anime that is absolutely a parody of, like, the Survivor series from ABC.
Oh, no. Please, God, no. Please, God,
I
no.
love
Except
that.
the people who were voted off the island get
doesn't
thrown into a
exist.
pit full of sharks.
It doesn't exist. It's a funny show, but it's like...
I should not have used Dr. Pepper to swallow a pill. Fuck.
I remember
Damn it,
when
now I
we
want
used
It was
to
ex- it was
record them
exciting because despite the
onto
fact that I have now
VHS tapes.
What, Joe?
just took an Excedrin because even though the headaches are a lot less frequent, some of them do still try to creep their way in. So, yeah, I shouldn't have swallowed a pill using fucking Dr. Pepper as the
I think the
swallowing
bright
liquid.
lights are an issue.
The what light?
The bright lights in his face.
Yeah. Well,
They mess... Okay, I'm going to tell you something about blue eyes, which you do have.
yeah.
If you put giant bright lights in blue eyes, you have more abilities and frequencies of getting headaches.
I actually
Which
have
is why I
a
usually live in the
mild
dark.
solution for this.
Wouldn't you be reflecting more blue light if you have blue eyes?
Not blue light.
Absorption's
light.
a funny thing.
It's not that. It's not the absorption of the blue light of the computer. He's talking about his lights,
The stream
LEDs,
lights.
stream lights.
Ring light
that
there,
come
ring
in.
light there, desk light there, all three of which have
Yeah.
the same tone of white light lighting up the room, and I also have more of those in the light bulb just for the room itself to shine down.
That's why
They
you have
got-
to do yellow light when you have blue eyes.
Yeah, daytime lights, which is what I use, kind of make it a headache.
Also gets tricky with the green screen. If you use the wrong color light, it can mess with the green screen.
Exactly.
Which is why I stick with the blue lights. So I can do this for a while.
That's why
It doesn't look bad on you. It looks pretty cool on you.
Migraines.
Hey, Agent Smith.
With the clip-on sunglasses. I actually need to go to an eye doctor and get new glasses because my eyes have gotten worse.
Same. I need to get
Kind
on
of
my
an issue
mom.
being borderline
about that.
glaucomic. They will just get worse over time.
Need to. I already got my prescription update. I need to get my new glasses.
On topic
Y'all
Fenestra.
are gonna get to see my glasses today. Oh no.
Fenestra gets Fenestra's inspiration die.
Oh,
All right.
Everybody to see my glasses. It's embarrassing.
Why? What's wrong
You
with your
don't
glasses?
look bad in them.
I understand, but they make my eyes look small.
Dare I say you look good in them?
Well, lady, help me pick this shape out.
Yes, those shapes fit your face much better than the sexy. You got the nice Clark Kent
Sorry, I had
glasses,
to
but
burp in the microphone. I
because
don't know why.
I'm sorry, but the sexy librarian glasses, just don't fit your face.
They make me look creepy.
The Clark Kent-esque ones look good on you.
I agree completely.
But these are Clark Kent 2.0. They're like a red tint. I'm happy with them.
My prescription is all wrong. I have to get new ones, but these are the frames that will be getting them in.
Nice.
Good God, there's so much dust on these.
Now I actually have a weird question. From those that have seen me with my glasses, do they make my eyes smaller or bigger? I'm just going to take them off for a minute.
They make your eyes smaller,
I can't tell the difference.
but I can always tell the difference.
It might be subtle anyway.
What's up? Oh, wipe down the.
This is so gross.
Once I get my new glasses, I'll probably move my old ones in here.
Depending on the angle I look at these through, suddenly just entire sections of space will just become black. So, they're not perfect, but I mean, they are just layered on top of the other lenses, so.
You have to go get super.
So gross.
Transitional lenses are expensive, so that's why I did this, because it was like $20.
All right.
I can't see shit.
This was an interesting diversion, but it was a diversion.
Okay.
Ah.
We're getting into D&D.
Yes, we are. Which reminds me, you know, it kind of helps when I put on background music.
Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
So
You're right.
Lots of number of things, including getting into the mood.
I need
Oh, that's not the right playlist. That's sad. That's for if somebody dies.
That's if there's a death in the family.
Or a death in the party.
Yeah, sure.
This party is a family.
Yeah, I was about to say, this party is a family. We've all essentially adopted each other.
This party has
Hell,
seemingly
we're more
one damageable
family
skill
than
set
a lot of
spy
the
family.
players, a lot of the characters' actual family.
Adoptive and otherwise. But with all of that, all the intros and everything out of the way, and roughly, I'd say a reasonable and frankly necessary 40 minutes passed. Welcome everybody to session 36 of Season 2 of Forgotten Genesis. Working title is a Pool Down, Cool Down, because the DM's brain is fucked up, and as much as I need to get into more intensive RP, my brain won't let me right now, which I dislike to a great degree. But I will do what I can either way to make this an entertaining escape from life for those of you that have accompanied me here. So,
The star and planet, space shirt, and the glass are entire mood.
it makes me kind of want to run a sci-fi campaign at some point, but that would require a lot of planning to figure that out.
Like a
full plan.
Bob Ross type of.
Finishing it.
Yeah, also
Dude.
a complete change in the way I approach scale in a game, because it would be like, well, individual planets have a little less meaning than the space between them. But either way.
results are in. They have some Christmas stock at Walmart, but not much yet. And she just got involved.
Anyway.
Somebody told her to do something.
Probably. That's frankly life.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yes, results are in. They got some of the Christmas stock, but not much yet. But they got some already. School just fucking starting! Oh yeah, a record-breaking week.
I am in school.
And we had to... Dude, my daughter was only in school for a week before we had to pull her out to have a sick day. Because parents are apparently just not... Because of all the COVID stuff, and I don't know if anybody else started doing this like I did. When I had the mask on, I just coughed with the mask on and didn't really do that number. But because of that, parents who are not wearing masks are still not covering their mouth when they cough. And they're not teaching the kids to cover their mouth when they cough and sneeze. And so my kid got sick a week into the
I
school
would
year.
cover my mouth when I was wearing that just as a point of habit because... here's the thing, regardless of spreading sick, depending on whatever the hell you have with a cough, it's also just kind of unclean because you're spewing your phlegm into open air.
Yeah. And also, the oldest got an ear infection now.
Do y'all still wear masks? I haven't been worn a mask in a while.
I haven't, because I have no idea where
I haven't
any of
either.
them went.
The caveat, however, will be, what was a normal caveat before shit went sideways with the world, which is, if I'm near a cancer patient who's going through chemo and doesn't need a common cold to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually do just typically whenever I know where my masks are because I have really bad issues with my immune system right now. But I can't find them, so now I'm sick. The only person who hasn't gotten sick was Dusty. I'm fucking jealous because he's the one who typically gets sick.
He may have resiliences in some places that may yet be shocking.
Could also just be because his body's like, I can't get sick yet.
He may have also adapted to the Walmart Petri dish.
True.
I don't get sick very often. So when I do, it feels like I'm dying.
I'm sorry. My brain just went to... I don't get sick often, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis.
Yes. That was kind of what my brain was doing also. Except more casually.
God, that was a hell of an advertising campaign if that's now just fucking a replacement reference for whenever someone brings up that goddamn phrase.
I don't even know what movie it's from.
It's not a movie. It's an advertisement for a beer called Dos Equis.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's an actual beer.
Yeah. Okay. I have no idea. All I knew it was a meme template. That's all I knew.
I mean, rightfully at that point, because that was a really successful advertising campaign. But I digress. So,
it's still beer that tastes disgusting. But then again,
I just don't like beer.
Yeah,
which is funny because I like mead.
Now, here's the funny thing. Like, if the beer's got, if the beer is citrusy, like there's been lemon added, orange, lime, anything like that. If it's a citrusy beer, I have a much easier time drinking it. That acidic element weirdly really helps.
When I first turned 21, became legal age, got a flight of different beers, and the ones that I had the least trouble drinking were the ones that were kind of sweeter and a little more fruity.
Oh yeah, I'm a rum hound. Through and through.
Beer just tastes like soapy biscuits to me.
Soapy. I mean, that's kind of fair. We can't continue D&D because we're waiting on Megan to get back. That's what's happening right now.
Megan got called away for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is totally okay, and we're getting into a beer discussion. But let's see.
Yeah, no, beer
Just trying to remember the
tastes-
exact spot where you guys left off. You guys were.
We just finished with getting all the stuff.
Yeah. So are you guys still in the market right now, if I'm remembering correctly, or did you guys retreat already?
Entering the pocket dimension, says Venestra.
Entering the pocket
Oh
dimension.
yeah,
Okay.
because they were gonna do like figure out where to take the Jihu refugees.
Oh, that's right. We were gonna house the refugees in a pocket dimension for the time being.
But also ask them, where would you like to go? Would you like to settle down in this place, or this
Including the
place?
Kiwi who needed some sticks for his house.
Oh, he would have so many sticks at Piper's Capulus Medicus. All the sticks.
Was the Kiwi's wife pregnant? No, but we didn't get into whether that Kiwi was married. We did get into whether Kiwi Aarakocra had a similar birthing cycle to normal Kiwis, and you guys got horrified for a moment.
I wasn't horrified because this is already knowledge I've made peace with.
Yeah. I mean, same, yeah. But if it is the same process, so do Aarakocra lay eggs for
At least in
birthing?
this world, they do. Same thing with Kenku.
Then I would think they would have a similar experience.
Or poor Kiwi Aarakocra?
They're
Pretty much any avian race lays eggs. That includes owl and any of those.
Or the poor Kiwis. They evolved to be smaller, but their body didn't get the hint for their eggs to do the same thing.
People wonder why you rarely, if ever, see a platypus folk. It's a hell of a birthing process.
Well, yeah, no, they lay eggs as well.
Yeah, I know.
Are they extra large?
No?
Do they sweat milk? You guys have yet to encounter one, so yet to find out.
I mean,
I don't think it's
If they're
sweat. I think
platypi,
they
they
got
should.
I think they have glands.
now I gotta
They may or may
either-
not be unironically named Perion.
Harry the platypi. They're sweat glands, sweat milk. They don't got nips. Yep. I always thought of the platypus as God's first draft of a mammal and said, you know what? Nah.
Nah, I'd say
Even gods need a little creative break now and again.
God saw the cavemen as he made them first start cultivating psychedelic substances for their own amusement. Decided, what are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, they set it on fire. Let me get a whiff of that. I'm gonna give a beaver a beak and make it sweat milk.
Oh, and let it lay eggs. You know, my sister has a platypus pillow she calls Ducky. Because it doesn't have a platypus tail, but it sure shit looks like a platypus. But she calls it Ducky because we thought it was just a duck, and when we got older, we're like, this is a platypus. But the name stuck, so.
He's returned, maybe?
Oh, I am
Switch to
bringing
her
my
phone.
phone, okay? My sister got here. She's just moved. She's moving into her apartment, so
Oh, Rachel's there. Nice.
she's gonna see unless her roommates to help her real quick.
Hi, Reggie.
Here, but at least over there.
Nice to meet you, Ray.
Hello.
We're trying to move. I'll let you
It is good to meet. Sorry, I'm taking over.
say hi.
Hello.
That's my family. That's my family.
I'm wearing sunglasses because these stream lights are
Kill
hell.
your brain.
My brain's already dead.
Oh, boys,
We're
right now,
talking
my
the zombie
curls are
that's
like
left in the shell.
on top of each other, and we're just like, we decided that we're just going to conglomerate.
I'll just see what I can do. Let's go ahead and just get in the car real quick. You have
Let me get the dollar first. Let me get the dollar.
Yes, a dolly would be very useful.
Do you want us to go ahead and skip your turn and move
Well,
to
which
or
one did you
A3?
start with, Joe? Angel or Violet?
Well, I'd say since
Because I know
they're
that everybody wants to bed.
I mean, just a slight reminder, at least as far as for my sake of this. Did
were
everybody
head-
end up going back to... Wait, no, you guys had just...
It's not big.
You guys were
can
heading into
fly
the
it.
dimension to talk to the refugees. So,
Yeah, we were about to head into the pocket dimension to talk to them to figure out where they would like to settle down.
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get the mattress into the car.
Nice.
Fun.
So, let's see. I can't. Now I have to go inside and go around the other side so I can open the door. So, let's see. Angel and them went to bed. I remember that was the last thing we did before we finished was Halcyon and them decided to go to bed. Everybody decided to go to bed.
No,
'Cause-
we went to go talk to the Jihu refugees and the pocket dimension.
Then we moved them in.
Yep.
And then we talked to Halcyon's family.
Talk to Helsing's family, and then the next step was to talk to the refugees.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because you guys still are on the same day and do still have some things that you wanted to get done.
What do we want to get done?
There's something to do with shopping, I think. I don't remember what we wanted to
Shopping
shop
for
for, though.
supplies before we go fight the thingy.
Preparation for the big monster, that kind of thing.
Well, Carney, essentially. Or Merce. Or Merguest.
Or the odd and errant thing you could potentially even find here in this town.
They hate us. They hate us. Why would we want to buy things from them?
No. They hate you.
They hate Violet, not the rest of us.
But it's my turn. So technically they hate us. So I'm going to go shopping.
They hate us. They hate you, precious.
Bad joke. That's a bad joke.
Is Violet Gollum and Angel Smeagol?
Oh, I'm right here. So, I'm going to say Violet goes with everyone, but Violet's going to be very... I don't know if Violet's going to go with everyone after that horrible outing the first...
She may also be preoccupied with a rant and ramble to Halcyon about, that's your fucking family? I don't know.
You're powerful enough that you could put on a very convincing disguise and take an alias.
That's also an option.
Also, I figured she was gonna stay and like get the family all together and have a nice
You want me to
sit
help
down.
the other side of that? Just try and see if she can fit in her door. Hold on.
I figured y'all would be like having a nice sit down with all the family, the V's family, the Violet's family.
Violet hasn't gotten to talk to her family yet, so because every time we try to do that doesn't happen.
I figured that's what y'all were gonna do, just so that way, Halcyon could know what a non-toxic family looks like. At least less toxic, that is.
Well,
Considering what went crazy.
I'd say Halcyon has a nuclear family, insofar as the relationship went nuclear. But
That's glorious.
Will it fit? Do you want to put it in my car?
so I'd say this, just for the sake of ease and simplicity, to get
Let's
the
go
ball.
ahead. Let's go ahead and move on to the shopping part, and I'll just be in the background. Bee's trying to like, I'm letting you know, she's ducking behind corners.
Yeah.
She's making the hide behind things. She's trying to act like she doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There you go.
To get the ball
And Angel
rolling, we'll
are-
have you and your characters be a little bit passive while you're working on things. And then once you're ready and you're free,
Oh, Venestra says we did the shopping last episode.
That's
well,
what I thought.
Just at the guy's shop. We only went to the guy's shop. We didn't go to the other shops.
There wasn't more than 3 to 4 shops.
I believe you guys did ask for some clothing commissions, didn't you?
But they're not supposed to be due
did.
until 3 days from now.
True.
I got mine, I think.
There's also a number of other places that could be found in town depending on what you guys need, if you guys need anything specific. And just like any RPG or MMO, there may even be like small quests like, can you get me some ice carrots? That kind of shit that you can find.
I'm going to sit on the couch because my back is starting to yell at me for sitting in this chair.
Sounds like you need some lumbar support.
Got a pillow, but it's not great.
Okay.
What about a cat?
Grab your phone. Grab your phone. Go sit on the couch and have your phone.
I'm
Not
not
saying-
sitting on
Sit on
the
the
cat.
couch.
I'm not saying sit on the cat. I'm saying lean on the cat.
Oh, that's how you kill the cat.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
But what if it's a sturdy cat?
I'm gonna play with my boss. We're not caring. All right. Let's go with.
That's the wrong
Let's go with
camera.
that's what's going on with guidance. Okay. Does that work, Joe? I'm gonna have Angel's gonna be the coin purse as usual, but other than that, there you go.
Sure. So, again, you guys have, for the most part, covered the basics like armaments and things like that, not to mention oddities, especially when it comes to, well, a certain old elf's stash of ancient war-torn artifacts. That said, there may be a number of other things that you could potentially get around here, even some other things that he may have on hand that aren't necessarily related to the Sunrise Rebellion that may have odd uses.
Piper would probably be looking at all of the, like, flora to try and see if there's maybe, like, some sort of medicinal, like, plants and shit.
Yeah, you can totally hit up an apothecary in town, or even just a herbalist.
Trying.
Which, given the typical scale of income in the town, actually, there's about just as much chance that you might have an apothecary or an herbalist. Let me roll to see which one it is.
And if we can't find someone that's even good at either, I was gonna go looking around for native flora and fauna.
Okay. So, looks like, at least as far as scale, looks like not a full apothecary, an herbalist. Among the market, where of course you saw that initial kiosk set up by that wonderful veteran old man, you do also see a small sort of wagon kiosk set up, kind of very tightly closed up with what seems to be broken pieces of emberstone dotting its interior to keep things warm, keep things humid, especially as there's bits of snow packed around some of those broken pieces of emberstone to basically melt off and sort of turn to steam to add to humidity for the herbs that are there inside. Of which there's a lot, and I mean a lot of course, native tundra flora for this region, this area. And there's, from what you can tell, at least some foreign plants that seem to be little more than a passion project. Though for the moment, you don't seem to see the teller within, at least not looking in at your height.
Do
I
I
will.
at the ground level then?
Looking in and looking low, you see a very small and diminutive, actually, kind of a sort of less common sub race of this particular people, but it is what is referred to as a creek gnome. Sort of an off bluish tinge that comes to some of the edges of their otherwise rosy skin. And sort of a very, very slicked sort of surface to them that gives credence to an almost aquatic nature. Almost like what you would expect to see kind of off a frog. If not for the fact that there were strictly humanoid and gnomish features, this individual might have been mistaken for a grung if they had a few more frog-like aspects to their appearance. She looks up. She looks up in your direction, currently trying to string together a stool that is in pieces, but based on its design and where some of its hooks are hanging off toward kind of the window you're looking into, this is usually what she uses to greet customers. She's looking up at you with this nice little sort of bundle of snowberries kind of looped into her hair, almost like a pin, but actively seems growing.
Hello, can I help you? Sorry,
supposed to open, got a little too frantic, woke up a little too early, and broke my stool. Just one moment. I think I have a spare. Hold on. And she bolts off under one of her display tables and gets out a just cauldron, drags it over with a and then climbs up on top of it to get level with you. Hello.
I'm a cast mending on her stool.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Or you're welcome. Wrong character. I was going Blitalia for a second. Whoops. You're welcome.
So, what brings you to the Snow Dew?
Such a good name. I like it. It's such a good name.
I
Anyway,
moonlight as a hairdresser. So what do you want, a haircut or herbs? I got things for mostly medicinal uses, but I also got things for medicinal uses. People need reasons to de-stress in this kind of cold environment.
Well, I was thinking to look at your medicinal herbs, but the other medicinal herbs sound interesting too.
First of all, you're not a cop. I can tell that much, but just by looking at you. But just in case, are you a polymorphed archmage of some disciplinary authority?
I'm an archfey. Or at least working on that.
I'm too high for this. What do you need?
Give the players.
Did that shopkeep just say I'm too hard for this?
I'm too high for this.
Hi.
I'm
Hi.
too hard
Okay,
for
that
this
makes
would be a
more
very
sense.
different kiosk.
That makes more sense. Okay.
So, would you be... Angel would be with you, right? Would they be with you? Would we be with you?
I don't know. I went to go look for medicinal herbs to experiment on.
Well, usually when there's not shopping involved, Angel will usually follow Piper around because Piper will find new and interesting things.
Because I was thinking about bringing, well, really anything.
Anything's kind of broad. I deal in general purpose medicines and then specialty medications. One gets more profit than the other, if you could believe it.
Really?
Let's look at your special medications first.
Well, first I gotta ask, what sort of ailment are you looking to treat?
Really anything? I mean,
I got
Something
anything from
gross.
rickets to horrible boredom.
You can... I mean, Angel's gonna pipe up behind Piper going, you can cure boredom?
I got stuff I grow that'll make a 3-year prison sentence feel like a weekend.
okay, I need to take a look at that.
Me too.
For the right price. But seriously, what do you need?
What's your price?
Depends on what you're looking for.
Well, the boredom one actually sounds like a good idea, considering we got kids that always say every 5 minutes. "I'm
Oh, I don't give this to
bored."
kids. Sorry.
Come on now.
I got standards.
True. I also have a husband who goes, "I'm bored."
Do you have
Seriously, I gave one of my early strains to a kid once. Their parent came to me in hysterics thinking they were dead. No, they were just very mellowed out.
So, question, do you by any chance have anything up. Because we don't live in this region. We're not from this region.
No
We don't know
shit.
where we're going. Do you by any chance
Yeah,
have
a
anything
deep
that will
gnome is
help
totally a local.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure lava people are not native to this area.
Well,
pink hair, anyway.
depends on how close you get to the hot springs.
So, pretty much, can we just take a look at your stock? I mean, it would be really nice considering we're not from around here.
The
we
only
could
stock
be
I
glad
have
for
in plain
free.
view is the stuff that is strictly for holistic purposes and actual, treatment of injuries. What you are looking for, what you're now a little too interested in, is more a question of the right questions to get the right answers.
Would it help a person who's almost like catatonic, like not think about things so they don't increase the problem?
Someone who's almost catatonic not think about things.
Well, it's because the thing is caused by thoughts, I think.
Okay, so
from
here's
what
the
we've
thing.
gathered.
My stuff usually puts people into comas, not helps them while they're already in it.
Well, we need to slow the brain down.
I got plenty for that.
What are you?
Come on, get into specifics. Are we
Fine.
slowing the brain down
Who are
under certain
you,
conditions? What are we doing here?
What are you? Who are you? What trying to do for what? Huh?
She's trying to buy some merchandise. What does it look like?
I'm trying to buy something. She looks over it. She
Shades
looks
are
over
perfect
it.
for this.
She looks
this
over
is
pointedly
clear.
over at Avery. If your stuff is caused by your thoughts, it's making it worse. Maybe you would want to slow it down. Just a little.
Not caused by thoughts.
Thought it was caused by time. I'm so
Yes.
Oh, you want something that's gonna mess with your perception of time?
No. I'm sorry. This.
maybe.
It's
Actually, yes. Yes. Piper's like, ooh, I could make my own elf drug.
Okay, are we talking slow things down, speed things up? Are we talking you're about ready to
They're
take
trying
a
to buy
piss and then
something
you
for
forget
me, and
why
I
you
don't
were
want
even
it.
in the washroom?
It may not be for you, maybe for your other half. So just to slow down the almost dying process that's going on with her. So can you give us a hot minute?
Staving off death would be something strictly actually medicinal, so that's my other stock. But,
No. The medicinal stuff just makes it worse.
What?
No healing magic made it worse. I thought.
Healing magic made it worse.
Okay, so you're those guys that don't believe in clinics. Okay.
No. The disease is
You are
such that healing
extrapolating
magic makes
words from our mouths that we are
Then
not
okay.
producing.
Give me some straight conditions, or I'm just gonna be forced to
We
extrapolate.
will give you conditions after we are done discussing, good sir. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Oh,
do you not
ma'am.
see my lowercase a cups? It's a gnome. I had to stop and think about that the moment it entered my head. Like, hold on a minute.
Avery. I'm trying to figure out a way to slow down the process of whatever's going with her. But you can just give us a minute. I just want to see if we can find something that might, as a combination, might help something slow down. Because I don't want her to, while you're trying to find a cure for it to get worse, I want it to slow down just a little bit for us to appease it. Just give it a slow down period.
No, trying things is good. I got me confused on the direction you were going with the thoughts. And
No, just slowing it down.
Dilation, perception altering drug thingy. That's just for me to experiment to make my own version of piff, but it's Piper.
But it might not be such a bad idea if we combined it with a mushroom.
I will say, my materials are strictly magical in the mental sense, not in the actual manipulation of arcana.
No.
I believe that is why we are pursuing it, because the arcane solutions we found haven't worked.
No.
Yeah.
The arcanes. Okay, I'm letting you know. Angel just pulls up a minor image of the person suffering, considering she saw what it looked like.
Well, that's a pretty little lady. Pretty fucked up, but pretty little lady.
Yeah, she's very pretty. She just need to fix it. We need to fix it.
By the way, I'm not flirting, I'm just being polite.
Ow.
I couldn't agree more.
I saw that. Ow.
So,
That felt good.
I know. But I know for me it hurts. My brain just went, ow.
Okay, so looks like there's the worst eczema I've ever seen.
Want a closer look, and I'd transform my arm for him.
Don't touch it. It'll hurt him worse.
don't touch it.
So, okay, we're strictly not looking for something to heal this, because
Slow it down because there's nothing
Slow
that...
down the
I do have some
process.
topical salves that do work a charm.
Do you know anything about repairing a psionic presence?
Not a thing.
Then I don't think
I don't
you have
understand
anything
half
that
the
can
words you
help
just
us.
said.
That's what I kept saying. Mental. It's mental. It's all mental. Cyanide presence is all controlling of the mental, the spirit, and.
I only do like a very sparing amount of actual magic, and it's mostly dealing with like nature, because I don't need to be super duper smart to pick up on that.
I
Show me the
don't.
strain of whatever you
I, as
have
the
that slows
player,
the
don't
perception
know
of
what you
time.
mean. I, as the player, don't
you're-
know what the psionic presence is. All I know are the words that my psionic presence has been fractured by time, whatever that means.
Piper has an idea with the time perception altering.
Are you familiar with the psychological concepts of id, ego, superego, that kind of thing?
Yes.
It might have been briefly explained to me at some point, but it was not something I truly took in.
Yeah, even without expertise, think about it like it's one of those, but having been, at least in a magical sense, physically manifested, and it is a thing that you draw power from. If that makes any sense. I know it's still kind of heady, but...
So,
it's
over
power
Avery. Okay, you said psionic presence is what's shattered. So can you? I deal with a lot of psionics as far as my family and my
This
my
isn't the
grandfather.
problem with Avery's knowledge. This is the problem with the player's knowledge.
Yep.
Okay, well then.
Let me see if I can pull up a D&D explanation of psionics, at least. Try and give that a tidbit.
Yeah, Avery's mind player companion would have thoroughly drilled in all the knowledge pertaining to this, but player does not.
Yeah, I was gonna say player don't know, but character does. So the character's fine. We're trying to inform the player. There.
I know, but we're trying to talk to the secondary player, which is the person in the store. I need them to slow. So I want to try that drug that slows down time.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not
so
an
as far
actual.
as
It's not a.
I get that. I know it's a perception. I know it's perception, but the person's perception is the problem. If psionics ego is the thing. If it's part of the ego, the sin of the psionics, which is all three of those things, slowing down time for it might help.
Hold on. So just to give an explanation for what it is to clear up Rick's confusion, it's, think about it like sort of like an astral form. Like in terms of D&D, where you are projecting out your psyche to another plane. It's
Okay.
basically that in a nutshell, and that in its entirety is the baseline of your magic. And so basically, your astral self, which is what, would usually get projected out if someone casted, like, astral projection on you, apparently that is shattered.
Oh,
It's not just one thing like it's supposed to be.
interesting.
Which normally, for how that works, means you're dead.
So
In this
that's
case, you're
why the skag called me a dead man walking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If that helps clarify that.
Angel understood it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I'll have to do further research to know about the stuff y'all are talking about, like ego, id, and just having a self. That I can understand a self, a non-physical self. Like, I can get that.
Yeah,
I can understand that.
Ego, id, and superego are some psychological concepts that specifically describe certain aspects of self and things that compose a personality. But
Would a superego just be a big ego?
Not exactly, but you can do some research about that later.
Okay.
I don't remember the specifics on it right now. I did get into it pretty
we
heavily
don't
when I
need the
was playing
specifics
through
on that right now.
on a screen, but
Okay. So where were we? We were discussing with the we were buying medicine. We were buying mind altering drugs.
Now, if you're looking for something a little bit more explorative, I do have a collection of fungus that manages to grow up here and can have some exciting effects.
Do you have any
fungi? Excuse me, I got the word wrong.
Do any of your substances be reported to cause realization or a change in?
Realization or a change in what?
A change in thought.
Oh, okay.
Like a something make them realize something they wouldn't have realized otherwise.
Okay.
Euphoria.
She peeks out of the cart and just looks around to make absolutely sure no guards are in earshot. I did buy some stuff off the Skag like 3 years ago. He says it's old and probably doesn't work anymore, but he said it's something called like DMT.
LSD.
Nope, DMT. It's completely different.
It made it around the same time. It was made in the same lab. That's why I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Magic mushrooms are legally available to. You can buy the spores legally.
No, I'm talking about the medical version. When they were talking about when they made LSD, DMT was present in the said same situation. Never mind. Sorry, talking about my brain did the science thing.
Here, this is the actual drug name. If anybody wants to know, I'm putting it in general.
Now I don't know if it works, but apparently, like the way the Skag put it, like apparently you could meet God, whatever that meant. So.
That seems like it could be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to meet God if it was from the original world of the Skags.
So let's be clear. Are you looking to buy this?
Yes.
Yes.
This would be considered a very rare and very luxury material because even I don't fully know what it is, and I got it from a Skag. So.
Price.
What is the Skag? Skag. Points at Angel.
I'm pretty sure I have whatever you're asking for it.
Yeah, we probably have enough.
Skag had some like really ratty dreadlocks.
I remember what the cliffhanger was.
What was the cliffhanger?
The cliffhanger for the last episode, we were talking to the Skag.
We were.
We found amongst the refugees.
We're looking for
you guys were
Griffin's sister.
In there, so have you?
Yeah,
I'd
that's
say
what I
that means time.
That's what I kept trying to tell you.
But
She wrapped her head around and said, I know who you are, which freaked me out.
Yeah,
Oh right, it was like
we could
the
timeline
head,
wise to make
the
sense of this.
180
Have
head
this
turn.
little extension to the shopping trip happen just before you guys encountered that, but
It's all right. We can twist things around and say we meet her later.
What? Megan, God, I just went through 5 different names in my head because I have too many names to keep track of.
I know. Let's go ahead and go and stay on one thing. One thing, please. Finish one thing. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Drugs. We're getting drugs.
Mhm. So we're waiting for him to name a price.
Let's make it a time fluctuation. This happened
given
beforehand.
the nature of this material, and again my uncertainty for even if it works, and my relative unfamiliarity with it, other than it is an incredibly rare and therefore luxury item, what are you willing to pay for it?
Angel pulls up a silver coin.
A silver
That
piece.
whispers.
Oh, are you talking about the
Velux Electrum.
Yep. I only keep 5 on me at all times.
I was about to offer him 50 gold, but you do you.
Hey, that's honestly.
I'm gonna roll a history check for this creek gnome to see if she even knows what the hell that is. Which it's very likely that she does, given that the history behind these items. But there's still the off chance that she is just that out of touch. She had disadvantage, which is a fucking shame, because one of them was a crit. Being like, yeah, I know what that is. The other one was the opposite of that. It's a very pretty little
Just
trinket.
at the wrong time.
Wait. I give 2 of my inspiration to reroll one of the disadvantage dice.
She can just take the flat.
15, it's a lot better. It's a very pretty shrink.
Huh?
She's doing the take her glasses off, gotta inspect closer thing.
There's not a currency exchange on this continent, but I'm a patient gal. So. She procures a very small, rusted around its corners, and it seems like rusted shut metal box. But still, for all intents and purposes, as there have been no rust points that seem to have made holes, likely hermetically sealed. And it has, in adhesive paper and mechanically printed on its surface, well, the full name for this material in D&T, which right now I'm drawing a blank on. God bless.
It's in general. I just copied and pasted.
Dimethyltryptamine.
I am wowed every day by the...
says 50 milligrams.
I would like this, and anything else you think that would fit the bill.
You mean would help? Well, again, you're
Let me fix it this way. I cross a large number of continents very quickly. Can you just bear with me?
I'm trying to. Like, look, we're talking in vagaries, which I appreciate. But given what you're paying me with, let's just be blunt here. I can go to prison. I have places I can hide this. I'm willing
Right.
to deal with that. So, let's just be blunt.
If you can't find any place to live, you can find me, and you will have a place to live.
Oh, I got places to live that are off of this sorry cold rock, yeah. I like the sorry cold rock, but I got other
Yeah.
places I can go.
Nice. I would also ask if there's any plants that have kind of, I guess you can say are failed projects.
Failed. You want those? Sure, fuck it.
And by the way, as a player to DM, the reason I'm looking for this substance is I'm hoping that it'll give me a chance to roll for a free a free hint or answer on solving the Avery's issues.
I mean, you'll be rolling for something if you try to take this. It's thousands of years old.
It may not be.
And this is
Not after
why
the-
I was actually looking for mushrooms, because that would be much more feasible to find.
Okay, so failed half-made projects.
Look
Well-
at him. And if Avery's literally looking for mushrooms, there's going to be a moment of, I live in the Underdark. Like, literally
Back to
looking
what
at him like,
Piper was doing. I know you guys. Let's keep this particular train of thought rolling before I lose it. Because my brain's
Yes.
barely working. I apologize. But
Failed projects.
failed projects.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you want those, I mean, like I was gonna just trash them, but sure. Technically, I kind of already have trashed them. She walks back to where she retrieved that cauldron and just drags out a burlap bag. There's a bunch of crap in here. Go nuts.
Cool. Give me a second. I gotta grab the baby.
I'm looking for a specific type of mushroom, though.
What kind?
what kind?
A type that fits the description I laid out earlier that prompted you to give me this old world stuff.
Well, I got some magic mushrooms. They're not actually magical, but they'll make you trip. I got some things that you really shouldn't eat, but they're fine enough to lick in small quantities. As she just kind of lays one container after another container after another container onto the counter. As far as
Which is your best seller?
I mean, right now you guys are.
Which of these three knits you the most? Or no, is sold the most?
Well, okay. It's going to be less an issue of complexity and more affordability and ease, in which case it's the magic mushrooms.
I do not care about the affordability.
Well, that's my best seller, if we're talking amount of money.
Good point.
That's for the psychedelics, anyway.
We'll take all three of them. They're probably safe to take in together.
You'll need a
Yeah,
lot of
my-
water and somebody to keep you sane. Probably tie you down.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
just living, the angel arcs a brow at this point, considering, like, mushrooms, deep gnome, Underdark.
So she probably knows what I'm talking about, but let's see.
All right, Angel. Then which one would you recommend?
Well, that's those. Now, as far as other experimental projects, this one specifically, the fungus, she drags out a much smaller burlap sack and sets that in front of Piper. That was, trying to cross, not really pollinate with fungus. It's kind of cross spore plant. Doesn't really work well with fungus that much, but I've tried.
What does it bring the fungus to life?
Not really within my capabilities. Definitely more of a hobbyist, even in the magical sense.
I have an
As far
idea.
as my...
These
Go ahead.
I have an idea of what to do with these. I will deal with these later. It just sticks it in her bag of holding.
My thrill for adventure sums up to I'm thrilled when adventurers sell me cool shit. Make sense? Well, that and tunneling to different landmasses.
Sure. Alright, I will head home then. Okay. Bye. Alright, you're welcome.
So that's the weeds. There's the funguses. These are some failed tea experiments. Again, another burlap sack.
Mm-hmm.
This was an attempt to make psychedelic tubers. Didn't really work out. I just made a carrot that made my tongue go numb for 5 minutes.
Sweet. Pepper's like, the possibilities of planting this shit in Capulus Medicus. She's not saying that a lot.
I mean, like, look, realistically, you guys have, with that thing, paid me enough to clear out my stock. I would still like something to accommodate the clientele here, but, in terms of actual topical and proper, legal medicinal use, I've also got a number of these things. This is great for hives. This is great for eczema. With your issue, but apparently salves make it worse. So whatever. I'm not even gonna claim to know what's going on with that.
Angel's gonna call out Umakiku. Umakiko.
So,
Out of her necklace. The ant child. Makes everything grow.
Well, now what we got going on here?
Sassy like her mama. Her godmama.
That's... Why do you talk like her? Why do you do it on purpose?
Because it makes you uncomfy, Mama.
So, how about instead you help Mommy and give this woman something to sell, I guess? With your ability.
Well, what's your fastest seller? Easily my snowberry cough syrup. Just means I need a lot of snowberries. They're not growing that well right now, so a little bit low on stock.
Just gonna make a seed of a tree.
She snaps her fingers, and the snowberries that are currently in her hair grow into a bush, and she has to quickly wrench it out of her hair.
Careful.
Okay, magic small tree people. Great, cool. I'll just find a pot. She grabs the cauldron and just drops it in there. That'll work. I'll find some dirt later. Wow.
Anything else you'd like?
I think y'all have me covered for a hot minute. I can use this once I get it exchanged to recoup any inventory I need. We're good. We're solid. We're great. I could probably get a bigger cart. Well, no, if I get a bigger cart, that'll attract more attention. Bad idea. But I can reinforce the cart so that if I do attract more attention, it's going to be harder to break. That's
She asked Umakiku, is there any way you can get an ant seed of the bush or plant that is from? The snowberries come from?
An ant seed for the snowberry bush.
Mm-hmm.
Ants of trees, Mama, not bushes.
Yes. And your mama gave you a specific ability and the only thing you're allowed to do on public mass.
Why do you want to live in snowberry bush? Why do you want to live in snowberry bush?
They're pretty hardy plants, so they might survive anything that tried to kill them.
Okay, again, trying to limit attention here. The spontaneous snowberry bush that has tangled clumps of my hair in it now, that's fine. That works. I'm good with that.
I know that you're good with that, but I kind of want to leave something here. I might leave it with Violet's grandmother, should you need it.
Sure, yeah, do what you want with that. Oh man, mages. Why is it always the mages?
Bard's not a mage.
Bard is absolutely a mage. They're just music mages.
Sounds like you're saying music major.
I mean, kinda.
Yeah.
Either way, I appreciate your patronage. Give me an hour. I'll pack up the rest of my stock, and where can I have it delivered? Because can't really get that far on my little legs, realistically. So I'll have to send out like an ox with it strapped to its back. But where can I have this delivered?
It's a question. Or
I mean, preferably in close range. These oxes can't really swim that well.
what is he wanting to deliver, and to who?
The rest of my stock, you guys have kind of bought me out.
Listen, I just wanted the trippy stuff.
You got plenty of trippy stuff. You're practically tripping over what's left of my stock. I'm not saying this with any animosity or anything at all. Like, dead serious. You've paid me an insane amount. Just like, where can I have the rest of this delivered? Whoa, where'd you go?
Well, the one person that could answer that question is now T-posing.
Give her a second. Just give her a second.
She took the rigor tea. You're not supposed to drink a full cup all at once. Which I will say, at least again, as far as this being briefly before that encounter with the skag inside of the demiplane, this does mean that, given that, Benestra could be out amongst this event as well, alongside Xanon. You guys would reasonably be present with this as well, given its framework in the timeline.
While we're waiting, I have a question. What would happen if I astral projected?
Only one way to find out.
I don't want to die.
Well, actually, there's another way. Ask a person who might be able to give you that information, and then it's up to you whether or not you trust the information you're given.
Would any of my party members,
with the appropriately high enough rolls?
if I roll for something, can I tell which party member which I should ask?
Like gauging who might have
the
more knowledge with Arcana?
More knowledge, particularly with astral projection, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd say, well, given that astral projection is also kind of something in an arcane field of knowledge, I'd say broad insight would probably work.
19 plus 9 is a 28.
28. Let me just double check who has proficiency with Arcana.
Just for the heck of it, I'll roll an Arcana. Yeah, no, I probably don't know much. It's a total of 9.
Yeah, you're still confused about just the concept of what your teacher told you. But, let's see here. Your available candidates for knowledge in that field that you'd be able to gauge even just from that would be...
I mean, even just from that, 28's high, no?
Yeah. Well, Angel, obviously. Violet, as well as, I think, fairly certain. Is Vanestra proficient in Arcana?
Oh, she gets the natural 20s on Arcana.
That too.
Amira is.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd probably ask Amira since that has the best chance of being right.
Okay, with the baseline...
Whenever that chance comes up anyway.
So you have the room to ask if you want to.
Oh, is Amira
again,
here?
Well, I mean, again, given that this is a little bit prior to having entered the demiplane, Amira and Vanestra completely have the option to be out here among this shopping trip for the moment, if they'd like. So,
Are they? That's the question.
all right.
Yes. So Avery would ask Amira. Hey, so I've not tried this because, quite frankly, I'm scared to. But if my psionic presence is fractured, what would happen if I astral projected?
And what would the total be for a baseline nat 20 for Amira? Because that'll dictate how much detail is going to go into this answer. Which means, of course, just base 20 plus the Arcana modifier, but yeah. Getting stats. All right.
Hold on. That's all. Hmm. Effort.
So when I'm quoting my stats, I'm probably not quoting the right stats anyway, because I'm still quoting off of D&D Beyond, which doesn't go past 20.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
So until we can get something set up, I'd appreciate if maybe a slight buffer on the DC.
Sure. I'm
32.
texting Megan to see if she's okay, but I am assuming that her phone died. So, 32.
That's with the 20,
Yeah,
or that's just the bonus?
That is total with the natural 20.
Okay, that's much more reasonable.
Yeah, so Shattered Psionic Presence also just in, even for like thinking like in terms of like a wizard, a shattered astral body. Trying to enter an astral presence would, best case scenario, be a mindfuck, instant migraine, and then spontaneous getting booted out of that mess. And worst case scenario, might just kill him.
That's fucking terrifying. Remind me not to let anyone astral project me.
That's going off of general, really strong knowledge of Arcana without strict specialization into psionics, and just kind of knowing how that would work functionally for that kind of spell.
It's funny, my brain's like drawing a real world equivalent, joining a server that's on the verge of crashing.
It's just joining 2B2T. Either you crash when you join, or you die at spawn.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or third option, which is try and make it out of spawn safe and alive, which is no easy feat, but...
What's 2B2T?
It's a chaotic Minecraft server.
It is an insanely old but continuously operating anarchy server, which means it's a server that operates without any rules, which means hackers abound. And hackers are actually kind of at this point, just kind of a part of the necessity of playing on the server. Like, you're not really going to survive if you yourself don't also hack.
Like, what kind of hacking are we talking about? Like, you need to be on a VM to join this, or else you're fucking yourself?
With some exploits that some people have found, actually, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There are also just straight up black markets on that server. And I don't mean for in-game currency.
Oh, no. That's not a black market, I don't think. That's just a icky market. I don't think there's anything illegal about selling in-game currency.
Well,
I could be very wrong. I could be very, very wrong.
actually, per Mojang's EULA, it is actually illegal.
Mojang can write law?
Well,
I thought
okay.
they could make...
Not-
I thought they
not,
could only write their own rules.
Let me clarify. Not illegal, but it is bannable, as in, like, your account inability to make a new one
yeah.
is just terminated.
Yeah, that definitely.
That's what he means. In Minecraft, it'd be illegal. In the game.
I guess, yeah, fair.
And I'd say that was worth clarification either way, so...
Yeah.
Okay, we're 20 minutes off from our first break. We could start it early, given that we're kind of at a lull anyway. So, I'd say we might as well.
As well.
I'm a cat.
Welcome back, everybody, from the BRB.
You have such pretty eyes.
Yes.
We went on the break a bit early just because some phones died and everything else. But again, back to the Creek Gnome NPC.
So, is there a good place I could ship the rest of this? Because I gotta strap it to an ox to go ahead and get it sent off. It'll probably
Ship
take me a
it
good
to
hour.
Violet's house.
Who?
It's a Violet who's hiding behind like a stack of things.
Okay, where's your
Evergreen
address?
Castle. Evergreen Castle? Whatever. Manor thing.
Evergreen Manor. Oh, you're... Okay. I see what's going on here. Well... Yeah, just give me an hour. I'll rent an ox with what I got in the till, and...
What do you think is happening here? That's the question. What do you think is happening here?
I got my
Barrel
entire stock bought out by the elite. It's not really a shocking thing. Look, I don't
No,
have...
you got it butt out by a warlord who lives under the ground.
So the elite, like...
She's not
I
wrong.
earn my money, thank you. I own a bar, bitch.
Yeah, I'm not... Okay, like, okay, you're a member of the elite that earns your money. I'm not making a judgment here. I am stating a fact. There's no
There's a difference
prejudices
between
behind
stating an observation and making a judgment.
Also, it just also makes a lot of dots connect for her. Like, where did they get this Valak Electrum? Oh, that makes sense.
it. And look, here's the thing. I don't care where you got it. It's just some things are making a little more sense.
You're a drug dealer. Of course, you don't
But
care
you
where
do
people
care
get
where I got it.
No. Part of my unofficial job is to not ask questions. So, at least when it comes to the transactional side of it.
Hmm.
But anyway, give me an hour. Nox will be headed up in that direction. Fair?
You're welcome to drop by the Dark Star Crossing in
Where's that?
Sharney.
The
Ask for
Underdark.
Angel.
Sharney in the Underdark, ask for Angel.
I'm gonna roll a history check for this individual to see if they even know where the fuck that is. Flat 10 with their limited intelligence modifier. That's...
I'll have to look for some maps to figure any of that out, but that's fine. Sure.
Sure.
Pleasure
Nice
doing
to do
business.
business.
Yeah.
Mm.
Haven't seen Deep Gnome before. It's kind of neat.
And she closes the wooded windows on her
Piper,
cart.
are we done? Are we done shopping for the day? Because I would prefer to be done shopping for the day. Tweaking
Yes, I
gnome
have
was enough to
many.
see.
She pulls out all the burlap sacks. I have many things to go plant at home.
Okay.
Shoves it back in the bag.
One of them smells
have
fucking incredible.
And I've got a vacation to take. He holds up his new
Mushrooms.
yes.
No,
Speaking of,
damn,
I'll
I
need.
know what psychedelic mushrooms look like.
Yeah.
So
I
I have
will
a
need-
question.
Go ahead.
How fucked is he?
Depends entirely on his con save.
I'm asking the DM by looking at the mushrooms and seeing what he got. How fucked is he? I want to know
Roll
as a
me
player.
a nature check.
Yes, that's what I was asking. Oh, the dice. Hello, beautifuls. Sorry.
I will need someone to tie
Ooh,
me
natural
down.
20 DM for that nature check.
Ooh.
Plus 7? Plus 7?
Not that high of a DC. Yeah, so without magical intervention, it's going to be a hell of a week at Avery's. Sorry, weekend at Avery's, so to speak.
So what you're saying is, we go to my house where there's strapped down tables, and I beat
No,
that.
we let him find out the course of action that was wrong.
Ideally, give him a safe environment in which to wander.
Oh, the Feywild is not an ideal safe environment to wander.
This is okay.
And
We'll stay here.
a
It'll be
soft bit of furniture to lay down upon when he's in the moments where he thinks he's walking around, but is actually just staring up at a ceiling and watching
So,
the
DM,
world unfold.
Can we go back to the skag moment now, considering that was where we left off?
Yeah.
Or the tangent went somewhere?
Well, the tangent was also
It was just us
ability to
not
not
remembering
recall that was where that ended.
Yeah, I didn't
Absolutely.
remember until he said a skag, and then
I'm
it
going
went.
to make sure you write down your hooks next time.
I did. Misplaced the notebook in between my brain getting fucked and my brain currently being fucked. So.
Okay.
So she did body horror shit.
Yep. So, from all of that, buying psychedelic drugs to very much a psychedelic display with a fucking skag's neck going 180 and just going...
That was a very nice sound.
Yeah.
Did you just pop your neck on command?
Sounds
Yeah.
awesome. I can do that too.
I can only pop when there is something to pop.
It's not so easy the other way.
So now with that very present and active current display, that's with all the present party witnessing inside of the demiplane.
My kids can do that.
I know you.
Which one?
Him?
Which one?
I know all of you.
Oh, nice.
Well, I don't know you, so you're gonna have to explain that.
We have a stalker.
Avery Starling, Tsubasa Mochizuki,
That's my name.
Piper
Flag.
Puck,
Pretty.
Venestra, Amira, Xanon, and Ravik.
Guys, we have another stalker.
Not by choice.
Listen, I know
As
you're trying to do the
one eye
creepy
kind
end,
of
but could
twitches
you
and
just
moves
explain yourself
wildly
to us?
without the natural movement of the other.
Wait, one eye moves, but the other one doesn't?
One eye is moving almost wildly, kind of a Mad Eye Moody level of movement, one of those eyes.
You're gonna have to do more to impress me now.
The rest of the body in the opposite direction turns around to straighten her.
That's kind of cool.
Griffin, do you know this one?
Yeah.
Apparently this one knows me.
Yes, I do, Eugene.
This one knows all of these ones.
Eugene
did you
is
just
his
say
name. I forgot his name was Eugene. I wrote it down. I didn't write that down in my notes.
Oh yeah, his name is Eugene. I forgot.
What Griffin's name is?
It's Eugene.
Griffin
Griffin's
is his
original
middle
human name
name.
was Eugene.
Awesome.
Thousands
Griffin
of years
was
back.
his middle name. Eugene
His brother had an even worse name. It was way worse. I think his name is Ernest, if I remember correctly. Ernest and Eugene.
Don't even get me started on the third brother, Elmer. No.
We're waiting for trying to find the sister.
So What?
Well, actually, technically, he does have a little brother, but he's also missing a sister.
what's your name?
We're missing both of those two.
What's yours?
You don't know my fucking name. What's your name?
Not talking to you. Talking to the one behind you, Piper.
None of your business.
looks behind herself. Who do I see?
You see Wilsoni.
None your business.
You want me to
A
tell
bit
her?
of a more,
Just quietly tells
little bit of a more, just doing.
Wilsoni.
When you're mad enough, very little will continue to break you. So, I'm all open to questions of yours. I'll answer what I
Okay, name.
can. I wish I remembered. I have your nicknames over the last few millennia.
I can tell you your real name.
I doubt you can.
I have an item that can.
We'll pocket
I
that for
remember.
later.
Take it out now. You didn't use it in a long time. It's a quill that writes down the true name of anybody it looks at.
Also the original face of the person's, if it writes with the person's blood.
So questions then. I'm all ears as she side shuffles, her body again contorting and snapping away from her before her head catches up. All within the limits of a human body that can stretch, but still not within the limits of how the bones can.
When pulling out that quill that is the true name quill, it's literally a quill that just gives you the true name of anyone that it kind of is looking at.
Yeah. When there are certain magical barriers in place, it can take longer to write, and it can sometimes fail to write. For normal folk, though, it'll maybe just take a while if they're really old. But
Gave me Zarithrian's name.
After I rolled in the background to see if it managed it.
Same. Just rather to give her name like Spiegel.
I mean, we can call it.
High or low?
Get to roll my dice again. Hi. Whoa. Already hot dice.
So hi?
Hi?
Oh, we're all doing it? Okay.
Oh, I'll give a low.
Low.
Buddy?
Ooh, a 42.
It's a tiebreaker.
And Vanessa says hi.
And then it was a low from Nessail?
Yep.
Okay. So 3 for 3. I will roll one more time since it matched on either side. Okay. High's the winner. Just double check that I have this name right.
Like 20. So many things. Bah.
She's like this.
Yeah.
I've had many names throughout the centuries and millennia. The change to this skag thing was an unfortunate little side effect to my already existing longevity. Oldest name I dealt with was, as she watches the pen write it down, Grimhilda. You can just call me Hilda.
Okay, Hildy.
Also grew past a lot of the old assumptions around my name.
Griffin, Noah, Brunhild, or Grimhilda.
Hilda.
Grimhilda?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a religion check for him, because this gets into his old mythology.
Angel also would know this. Do I know this?
Roll a religion check.
Considering Griffin likes to talk about everything and anything. Except the Sunrise Rebellion. The only thing he doesn't want to talk about.
The natural 20 for that one. I get to roll with a white die. Blue die. Pretty die.
Well, nutshell, Grimhilda was an old and, at the time, ancient and evil sorceress from Norse mythology from the Volsung saga. Also the chief inspiration for Grimhild from Disney's Snow White.
Yep. That I do remember.
Is Grimhild the evil queen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you a hag or no?
No. Or this delightful little mutation wouldn't have stuck. Just gifted and practiced.
She's got a point, you know. Wait, so the gods of Terra also became scab?
God. I'm flattered, but no.
Just a sorceress.
Just a witch.
Ooh. Sorry, brain here's mythology, here's God. Or goddess. God.
Gotta say, I had a hell of a history that I have grown to regret of child killing.
Child kidnapping, child keeping in a tower, child throwing her off in rocks, basically.
A lot of
All the
despicable
stalkers
crap,
sold her.
I won't lie. Grown to distance
Killing a
myself from
king.
that and put things into not just one. I've been alive for a long time.
Multiple.
I've had a lot of time to put things in perspective, especially when I was thrust onto part of this rock where a bunch of tentacle-faced psychopaths took over.
Not
Made me
listening to
appreciate
seers
life
or
again.
mirrors or mockery or any type of mythology.
History of
Kind of
foolishness,
warning
what can
her.
I say? There was a brief time where I was turned into a troll. That wasn't fun. Getting stoned to death. Resurrecting yourself is not an easy process.
Your brother's
Of course, it
dead.
was a long time
Funny,
ago.
though.
Oh, he's long dead.
What was that?
I know.
Who's the brother? Wait, what?
Queen had a brother.
Oh. So
Yes,
how
I
do
know
you...
all of you.
Okay, but how?
Ancient witch. Ancient stuff.
That and a handy little mirror.
She's got this. She's got the magic mirror.
Still talk.
I don't know who thought it really did. That movie took a lot of liberties with things.
Are you sure there's a Mandela? Is Mike on?
Technically, the magic mirror is not just a magic mirror. There is a magic mirror that speaks. There is a long, old
Not mine.
history.
There were a number that were made back in the day.
There's just one.
And I'm pretty sure that the words weren't mirror, mirror on the wall. I think that's a Mandela effect. It was actually magic mirror.
Yeah.
It has
On
to
the wall.
be.
The mirror misnomer came from a delightful, as she says with a face full of disgust, animated film by the name of Shrek.
Okay.
It was magic mirror. But
What were you saying, Megan?
The one real magic mirror.
yeah, mine was admittedly of a lesser make, but it has its uses.
So wizard trapped in the mirror. It is a wizard. I just don't know where it is. This is a long found item.
Neither do I. I don't think it's on Zaria. It's probably on one of the other rings, I'm sure. A lot of things got cast around in places.
tried looking for it. All I found was a pile of squirrels. When trying to
Wait.
look through it.
So, would that mean Excalibur somewhere?
Yes, we have found Excalibur.
We have? Since when?
You found
She
Caliburn
puts her-
close.
She puts her hand over Piper's mouth. We'll explain it later.
You found Caliburn, a close cousin to the same weapon.
No, we found the other one too.
Lovely. Anyway. Yes, I know all of you. Both current and past forms. As she looks at you, Angel, and Nicodemus. You, Dragon Woman, Venestra, I know a little less about you. Mainly because you're not local. Can't really help that, though.
And we wait for the typings.
To what? What do you want? What do you want?
Well,
Venestra just said I, and what do you want to know?
nothing really, but I frankly got bored of just spying on all of you. And, you know, I've had a few thousand years to atone for a lot of really silly missteps. And to tell the truth, you all fascinate me. I figure I might have something I could offer you. Especially in your pursuit of what remains of those foolish little spell breakers. Ripping apart reality, not a smart move. Never a smart move.
Oh.
Tell me where the ship is.
Which one?
The one that's floating in that outer atmosphere that brings a storm that causes bullshit.
That one. That crashed long ago.
Okay, but where?
But where?
Well, where in this infernal insipid ring are storms crazier than anywhere else.
Oh, thank God. If they landed there, they're never going to be able to do anything.
I can
Are you
take
talking
advantage
about-
of how weird that is. I wouldn't be
No,
so
they
quick
can't.
to assume.
Are you talking about Mercast or what?
We're talking about, oh my God, Matt.
Continent of Crazy, the Madlands. The place where two warring peoples of effectively the same race decided to come together as one of the only other
Githhoven.
locals of this world.
Good hope.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
Weird name for a place.
great. So we gotta go find that.
No, we don't.
Great. Why not? Why not?
Githhoven is one of the places you go and get lost.
Kind of a perfect place to land. But one of the people who was a chief aide to these spellbreakers, where did he live?
Githhoven.
Mm-hmm. So, that's an answer to one of your questions.
It has to stop. It's not going to stop until we figure out where it's going. There's a war coming.
There's always a war coming.
Yes, but there's a war coming that we don't have a handle on.
True. So, I figure especially in that regard, I can offer some help. That is, if you are, not too uncomfortable commanding corpses.
I'd have to ask the goddess of death on that one. She has a stern no-go policy on that.
Their corpse is older than her purview.
I mean, they're not using them anymore. Why not? Why can't we use them?
And of her.
They're all still buried here. Just been around longer than she has.
I'd have to ask.
Buried for a long time under rubble that people have forgotten about.
Where?
But Venestra says Amira raised an eyebrow at the mention of use of corpses.
Oh, you little beauty. Think I've been alive this long and I haven't dabbled in necromancy, at least as a little playtime. Come on. One of my motifs in the movie was poisoned apples, for God's sakes. I can also polymorph into a dragon. They did get that right. Polymorph into one. I'm not a dragon. Let's not get that wrong. And I know you think, oh, those are separate movies. Same
No.
girl, sweetheart.
Same person.
Same person in the fairy tales.
There was a brief little stint encountering some colorful characters in Disney World, but we're not going there right now.
She's not there. Joe,
No.
I let that be canon.
I know, this is a separate witch. I'm just making a joke. This is the witch that inspired that witch.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
She looks over at Griffin. I don't know how I feel about this.
The big point of all of this is I'm dreadfully bored. And I'd like to do some good for once. Well, not for once anymore. I've been doing quite a bit, but maybe some noted good.
You want to turn it around?
Been turning it around for centuries. You're just the next group of people that I'd like to lend a little helping hand to.
She looks over at Griffin.
I don't know why you're looking at me. I'm weirded the fuck out. Wait, hold on. On top of all this shit, you're a skag? I may have caused one of the meltdowns. That was, I will openly state and preface, accidental. I was trying to stop shit from happening, and I pressed the wrong buttons. Look, technology, not my strong suit. There's only so much room for knowledge in a head this old, even with magical augmentation.
Necessarily believe that. I don't necessarily believe that. I think that knowledge can always be learned, no matter the age.
Well, let me put it this way. I was out of crystals at the time. They're hard to procure in at least what was then modern eras. Think of them like little stone diaries.
Like the one I found.
Probably not mine. What kind of rock was it?
It was an amethyst.
Yeah, not mine. I don't do purple. No offense, love, as he looks toward Violet.
Yes, Berber.
Yes, Faye with the hand raised.
Oh, player was gonna say, Dusty is here, so I'm gonna go so I can take a hot bath. And hopefully feel better by next week.
'Cause you got a fever. Go take care of yourself.
Also, I got 2 other kids, and this one's starting to get a fever. So.
Yeah,
Everybody's got a fever but Dusty.
go get healthy.
That's not normal. That is not normal. That's like not normal.
Oh, it's because he's been stuck in a hot truck every fucking day.
That's
Oh.
one way to sweat it out.
He's been giving himself the fever.
Yeah, he is the fever.
So,
Good night.
good night, Ambi. You name good that you've done since then.
Name good that I've done.
Uh-huh.
How recent?
Past decade.
Best decade, okay. Actively broken down and torn apart a lot of remnant slave trade from Velik's remnant. not successful in all of it. I am powerful, but I am one person.
Do they still exist?
Some of them, yeah, they're a bit like cockroaches with tentacles on their faces.
You got your answer there, but
That's why they're remnant. Hell, in Faerun, where their faction originated as the Illithid, there are remnants in those Underdark locales. Mind flayers, no matter what faction they form, are uniquely difficult to fully get rid of.
she, you know, sir.
It took me a long time to get rid of the Norse accent, too. But that's another thing.
Kind of miss it. I like that sound.
Unrelated, it may also just be an excuse for the DM not to try that accent, but hey.
So, you are offering help.
Yes. No exchange, I'm not making a deal. Not a hag. But, if any are interested in a warlock pact, I can offer something.
I don't think any of my children would ever want to help you or make a pact. So sorry for that.
Understandable. It's just an offer. It's one means of helping, is what I'm getting at. Though, to be fair, my knowledge is less eldritch in its nature. Been alive for long enough to dabble, but not my favorite.
I can do some eldritch arcana.
Good for you, and I would say good for you for not going crazy, but you look like a broken mess as it is, darling.
Point taken.
Angel looks up at Nicodemus.
Any tomes I have on magic and history or memory crystals? Well, as far as things that would have a price, the crystals
got a price.
absolutely would. The tomes, also a price.
Also a price.
Advice and something tangibly I can act on right now. Well, depends on what it is, but I'm willing to help.
What do you know about... You've been here on Zeri a long time, yeah?
Longer than most.
What do you know about, Good lord, my brain did the... I forgot his name.
This
Joe.
place is very tingly, by the way. A lot of copper.
Joe, his name is A something.
Ashy Torm? UBBEG?
Yeah. What do you know about Ashy Torn?
Oh, the mutated demon that's been following you around?
Yeah.
Well, that was following you around, and then you turned him into a dragon. Speaking from experience, darling, dragons are referred to as forces of nature for a reason. You may not have made things better for yourself.
Dragon.
What do I know about him specifically? Not that much more than you. From a magical perspective, however, at least before you decided to break him down, a lot of his mutations were very reliant on onomancy.
Great.
You're aware of what onomancy is, right? Yeah. He may not be out of the ability to use that even as a dragon. It's all about names.
I shouldn't. It's really bad to do, especially with his type of dragon. That's why I gave him the purple in the first place.
You really should stop trying to help people who hate you that much.
I don't know if he hates me or he likes me. I'm very confused.
Well, honestly, frankly, from what I've seen and how he behaves, I'd say the only way you should feel about either of those things is concerned.
I always feel concerned.
Now, as far as tomes on magical history, well, as far as your question there, Dragonlass, I can offer something. There lies truth in some of the old tales of Camelot. Very useful truths.
I've read them. Needle has her own copy. I went to get Piper, was what she was given.
To be very blunt, although I have to be a little bit cryptic about it because it's fun, I mean the old tales. As old a language as you can get.
Nobody can read it
treat
but
that
me and
like a
Griffin.
puzzle.
Nobody can read it but me and Griffin.
The fuck's a Camelot? Well, kind of an old pseudo-legendary civilization from this world. All about magic, they were. And magical artifacts. Good lord, the amount of magical artifacts. You know, each member of the Knight's Table had something enchanted.
Yep.
That's the round table. We dance because we're able.
Not those nights, but they were delightfully hilarious.
We dine while here and can let me eat ham and jam and spud. Damn it. Song stuck on my head.
Likely relics somewhere in this world then. Yeah, well, different rings got different pieces of it. But if you go digging, you might just find that table. Like any table in a place like that, they weren't exactly fully solid rock.
Nope.
Rocks like that can be hollow.
Why do you speak in riddles like all elder people?
I have to, it's fun.
At least you
But
don't
if you
rhyme.
want something that
Gosh,
gets
fun.
a straight at, well, I've lost patience for that. Especially with the evolution of language in this timeline. What constitutes common? I mean, the rhyme schemes are just...
Disappointing.
gives me a headache, frankly.
Yeah.
So, if you want a straight answer, give me a straight question.
Looks up a Nicodemus.
Not that kind of straight, love.
Funny. She's got jokes. I can give you a place to live.
Don't need it.
Here's a straight question. How do you repair a fractured psionic presence?
Ugh.
Well,
Soul singing.
that's part of it. Part of something that can help. But in a sense, surgery.
Oh.
All right, another straight question. Where's a psionic presence surgeon?
I don't want to answer that question. Angel, look to everybody.
In anybody who'd be willing to help and not fuck it up. Because fucking it up probably will kill you.
Not fucking it up would... Not doing it at all would also kill me.
I do say probably. There is a couple of other kind of interesting options. But that's all speculation. I won't go into that. Conjecture is dangerous.
Indeed. So,
Do you know how to soul sing?
Do I know how to soul sing? That has some mild roots and kind of divine-natured magic. Not really my forte, so...
Do you know how to do it, just so I can learn the basics?
You're a bard. You're probably closer than most of the people here.
I get that, but... Ascending issue...
Channeling your raw passions through the weave of magic. Or in this case, the forge. It's a start. One of the easiest ways for you might be sex.
Mix over Nicodemus, not the time.
Definitely not the time.
Psionic.
Do I have any magic tomes with spells in them? Quoth Vinestra. Well, it's been this long that I've committed most of that to memory. And most of what I studied, you could pick up for the most part at any good magic school. But if you're talking about unique magics, or unique spellcraft, I mean... well, that depends.
I don't feel like Avery got his question answered.
She did. She
got
said
it
that
right.
soul singing is one of the constant ways to fix psionics.
She said that was one way to help,
And
but she also
surgeon.
said, yeah, and then he asked where he could find one, and that didn't get answered, I don't think.
It did get answered in a roundabout way. Angel is technically possibly a surgeon.
And to answer your question as far as spells, my particular strength is in curses.
Yeah, we know.
Which, for the most part, you apply to objects, but given the right circumstances, you can apply them to people. While I don't have a book, I could give you the basics for something offhand. It would have to be something simple if we're doing it offhand. What kind of curse would you want to put on somebody? What kind of hex would you want to inflict on someone who's gotten on your bad side?
I don't know if I want to do that.
Oh, darling, it's not like black magic blackens the soul. That's kind of a myth. Well, at least not my kind
Yes,
of black
I
magic.
know. She looks over at Nicodemus. I'm well aware.
Oh, his thing. Yeah. I'm never gonna get on his bad side. I like my soul. Also, walking around as a husk is not a pleasant thing. I've put enough rune work on my own body that is what would happen. It's not pleasant, let me tell you.
Ministra said something, I think. She did something.
You said on?
She wants spell tomes on different things. She's wanting more definition of what she has.
Oh, okay.
So,
Again, my strictest forte is mostly curses. I have some cursory knowledge in other aspects of magic. Some of it might be useful. Might.
how do you break curses?
Oh, well, you already know about some magic that can do that. Of course, like remove curse, but then there are some others that generally require rituals. It's going to depend on how that curse was laid out, and in sort of that may then involve kind of reverse engineering it, so to speak. Again, it depends on the curse. If you have a specific one in mind, I could give my thoughts on it.
Let's go. We have a friend named. Oh my god, I can't remember his name right now.
Myron, Ramsey,
No, the other guy.
ham radio.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
You know who I'm talking about. His body is a radio. Bosun was his first name. At one point.
Why am I drawing a blank so hard on that one?
Because technically Bosun and then oh my god, it's in my notes somewhere. It's gonna drive me crazy. I'll have to look it up later. Okay, so I don't think I'd hate the help in the war, but I'd have to ask. Mariana, she like looks at her necklace. Mariana, I know you're not at school. I know you don't have class today.
Sup.
Does your mom have problems with necromancy things fighting for us if they're out of her jurisdiction as far as age?
Right now? Not to my knowledge.
Talking about war. When we have that big war, the one we're talking about, the one we were
Would she be
preparing
angry
for.
about it? I don't know. I mean, I can check.
Can you check, please?
Sure.
Because I know that you're the only reason you're not at school today is because you have to actually go and see her today, so that's the only reason.
She disappears for a moment. She'd be willing to make exceptions.
Such as?
She'd be willing to make exceptions if the situation were extreme enough. Of course, technically, she doesn't really have purview over those souls anyway, so...
Okay. It's a tentative yes.
Figured as much. People are usually hesitant when it comes to necromancy.
No, it's just I have, there's red tape. I have to go through red tape. I have red tape. I have people I can't piss off. People that I actually have to go and see at dinner time or actually meet up with. But other than that...
Where is the moral grayness in necromancy? Are the souls still attached to the bodies or something?
Depends on the form the necromancy takes and the necromancer who chooses to do it. Really, I didn't find much use in putting the souls back. Making puppets was simple enough for my purposes.
And just simply making puppets seems like more use of recycling than malicious.
There is still something to be said about desecrating the dead. There is something to that, but still, given the right allowances, it's not as much of an issue.
How far have you traveled?
I've been alive for a very long time.
Vanessa said something.
Amira taking down mental notes on how this world's necromancy worked.
Okay, here's a secondary question. I need to know if you've been traveling. Have you been traveling this past year, past couple of months?
I'm always traveling.
Markers. Do you know what's taking the children out? I've sent out letters to different orphanages to take in changelings and unwanted children.
Sure.
I'm missing a couple of caravans. I'm just trying to.
I'm not omniscient.
I'm just asking if you've seen any or heard anything.
I tend not to travel on roads, actually. Specifically, I don't travel on roads. At least anymore.
That reminds me, we have to either get out of here or do something. I would love to spend time talking, but you have the loads to say.
Yeah, I can't. But should you or your friends want to contact me with more questions, or anything else of use that you can think of, I am but a stone's throw away. As she reaches into her clothes and procures a stone with a slight, very old, rust-colored, almost plating to one side.
I'm just gonna take it from her. Put it in a box.
Even on touching it, and this is going off of your past vibe bonus, you can feel pain on touching it, not your own pain, just the essence of pain. And the fleeting moments of a last breath loosed. I have a few of those. And I only give them to people that, well, intrigue me. That's a gift for all of you, by the way. Can trade hands if it needs to.
Let's put it right back. In protective box.
But all the same, delightful little carved out magical extra dimensional space you have here, Vedastra. Though, I must say, I do have to leave. I have business in greener places.
Green Crossing.
Nice guess, but no. She snaps her fingers, and in a flash of, frankly, again, malicious-looking purple fire, she disappears. Malicious-looking,
Purple
but
fire
there's
and
no...
green smoke.
So old. So old. So much pain.
And it seems like in that magic, you could even feel, coming off of it, almost a radioactivity. As if her magic even her magic absorbed some of the mutations she had to take on.
She's so old, Griffin. She's so old.
Okay, you think you're freaking out. I'm just, what the fuck?
She's one of the oldest evil bads you could ever evil bad.
And she didn't feel fucking evil.
She did feel evil, but stone.
She's complicated. Look, being alive that long, I think the lines of what is evil kind of gray a bit. But, like, fuck. What the hell?
Think about it, like Mommy Fortuna as far as a character. Not that. Not that. Not that. She looks over at Griffin and just reaches for his hand. I felt the breath of somebody dying. On the item she handed me.
Do you want to look into it, or just we leave it as is?
We are going to need to look into it before we give her a full firm yes.
Yeah, that's a safe bet, I'd say. I know what it's worth. Trade hands
I
for
would
whoever
not-
needs it. That concerns me.
I would not need you to tell me that the crooked man is a thing that can actually come back, because I don't need that in my life.
A crooked man who walked a crooked mile.
It's not a funny thing. It's not a funny thing. That's a boogeyman story. Don't do it.
Got a few boogeymen in my pocket, actually, for this story, if you guys go down certain roads.
I was more hoping that we could kind of deal with Halcyon's family
I'm gonna be honest, I
first.
wish that was my sister. It would have been a lot less complicated. It's like, oh, look at you, you're healed. We can take you to McKest and heal you up. But no.
Oh wait, I have
Ancient
a blood
witch.
map. I have a blood map. Angel, like, Violet pulls out the blood map. Griffin,
Sure.
I have the blood map.
Yep.
So I can find your family if you put your blood on the map.
Yeah.
So you won't have the question of where your brother or your sister are, the two missing people in your family.
You make a point.
Mm-hmm. Can we get that over with?
We probably can. Of course, it only, that's only if they're, in
They
this plane.
are here.
I don't know if it'll pick them up in this demi-plane, but... God, that would be lucky.
Just put your blood on the map and get it over with. The Angel's like frustrated as all get out right now.
What?
Fucking stupid.
Oh,
Just put.
choice words.
I'm tired. I'm
I-
grumpy.
I get that you're tired.
And I have a large child who's gonna need me to feed her in a little bit.
You know, you make a point, he slashes his finger across one of the sharper edges of your clothing. Then just smears it.
On the map.
Yeah.
Did the dots finally appear? Because we were waiting for him to do that like last year, and he never did it for us. It was like the keep away game of I don't want to know right now.
Nothing blips in this demi-plane on the map. Although you do get a map of the demi-plane.
We need to get outside of the demi-plane, and Halcyon and Violet and their family need to talk, because we're gonna have, and I have to meet some delegates, and I would ask her grandmother if we could host them here, because that would be a little bit safer considering where they're coming from.
Neutral spot and all that.
I don't want to take them to the house. I don't want to meet with cutthroats at my home. I already have a vampire under one roof, and I have my family basically keeping them at bay.
As Vanessa puts, they can use our space or keep.
I don't mind if the group uses it, but I don't. This neutral space has to be safe, and it has to be a place where they can meet in Zaria, or it will be considered a place of contention.
Yeah.
I really want to go have fun, but I can't because I have to be an adult. I'm just like, I want to go
It's been
run
a
on
long
the
day.
beach.
A lot of realizations. It might be with,
I
sleeping
have
on
to
it.
go meet them. She looks over. I have a time frame. I have to go and handle this.
Look at you being punctual.
Look at me, not being an actual ruler and not like completely shirking my duties for once. Well,
Nick
gone are
just
the
kind
days.
of looks down your shoulder. You know, there are other duties that you can do as a ruler.
I'm not gonna delegate.
Not what I mean.
It's not the kind of duties we're talking about right now. She looks over
They're the
him.
kind of duties that I'm talking about, but they may involve a business expenditure for more supplies from, a particular pair of dragon-oriented companions of yours.
Venestra says, if you want to do those duties, there's bedchambers on the 5th floor.
Exactly.
This is not the time nor the place, and I don't want to break her demi-plane like we broke all of the silence crystals in our home.
I mean, here's the thing.
We don't know what we are capable of. She
It's
literally
a
puts her hand
hell
on
of a way to
Stretch's.
check how durable it is.
We don't know what we're capable of, and it's not happening in this space. You're real cute.
He just does a series of eyebrow raises at you,
No.
clearly screwing with you.
The answer is
Man,
no.
you do not have consent.
This is a no. I would like to greet the delegates that we have coming from, not from Jihu. Where are they coming from? They're coming, there's some from Duragar that are coming. Some Duragar are coming from the Silver City.
Sapphire City.
Sapphire City. Tired. And we need to meet them. And then we also have a faction coming from the surface that is hill gnomes. I have hill gnomes coming to the house. And then on top of that, if we're going to be really great about it, I have either giant folk coming, and I can't remember if it's the giant folk coming, or it's the furbolgs coming.
Which are giant
How
folk.
did you...
Lottie. We have linked telepathy with each other.
I just can't remember which one it is. Can't remember. And then I have... Then, in the morning, there should be delegates coming from Summerall. Coming tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It is it's gonna be a full house. It's just so we can kind of see if I'm gonna have to go to different parties or delegate parties, and I'm not excited for it. Avery, how good are you at dancing in a ballroom? She just like looks over at Avery.
Given my past professional experience, I would be a great pole dancer, but I don't know about ballroom dancer.
What's your performance bonus?
It's pretty damn high. It's plus 10.
Would not be a struggle to learn it for you with that bonus.
I don't have a lot of experience in that particular style, but I have plenty of experience in other styles and could easily learn.
Don't mind teaching. I think that I can handle it if I have help from everybody. And I think Kirin would be a good mid spot, considering it does involve stupid. She means Ashy Torn. It doesn't involve stupid, and it doesn't involve scary. So this might be a good middle spot, just so we can alleviate, because I've got other delegates at the house right now. Nestor, do you mind if we leave these people here to kind of live for a little while so they can survive?
But there was the question of where the hell they were going to get dropped off at.
We can either drop them off in Summerall, or we can drop them off at home.
Which, as you guys are mentioning this, you see a Kiwi Arakakra currently trying to put a house together from copper wires.
Oh my god.
That they are stripping out of some of the houses.
Stop.
What?
Build a house out of sticks, not copper wires.
These are shiny sticks.
Those are not sticks, those are copper wires. So now your logistics in case you want to get electrocuted.
I'm going to roll a wisdom check.
God damn it. He's so dumb.
I think I'll be fine.
Rolled a 4.
Sure. Here. Damn it. As for the rest of us, Angel's like, I think I need to ask Violet's grandmother, and Violet's like, I would like to talk to Halcyon about possibly having his family here during the situation.
I'd advise against such sticks. They attract creatures that will destroy it.
Yep.
Roll a persuasion check.
whiny bitch, a loser just like me.
I'd say persuasion or deception, because there's a bit of a white lie there. Don't tell me which, just tell me the total.
It was a time.
Every session I'm always fucking with something, and right now it happens to be the chain. (14 + 9, 23.
Got any other sticks?
There's
Here's
a
the
bunch
I've
of
already put in a
trees.
bunch of work here, and it's just like,
Are we talking to this Kiwi again?
Yes, because apparently we can't leave this thing yet until we talk to the Kiwi.
I love talking to the Kiwi.
We need to leave. There's other things to do.
We can do things next week.
No, we don't gotta do things next week. We gotta finish this thing.
Of course, we also have twine, fabrics, and other materials. We would snap our fingers, and an automaton would appear, chirping robotically to guide the Kiwi to the supplies.
there. Wasn't that easy?
And he just trots off, little Kiwi strut.
Angel just walks out of the demi-plane at this point. Just like, this stupid idiot can't handle it. I'm losing brain cells.
It's cute dorkiness. There's a distinct difference.
No. This is stupidity. I'm losing brain cells.
Adorably ignorant.
I watched a
Yes.
Tressum build a better house at the moment.
Tressum was an enchanted familiar built on intelligence, so
But Tressum was a kitten that I found in a tree.
which still has some traits bound to its very being, but I digress.
D&I can be the monster. Plus, we still have to give. Oh, we need to. Before I go and bring them here, and I know that I have told the guy who has the pets to show up at some point. So, there might be a pet shopping moment, Joe, because we have his original cart.
Yeah. In which case, then I will give this a multiple choice, considering we're getting close to the usually practiced in time. Do you want it to end with delegates?
don't
Do you
have-
want it to
I
end
will
with
let you
pet
know.
shopping? Do you how do you want this to?
I just will let you know that I don't have to be up in the morning.
Fair.
I don't have to be up early at all tomorrow.
Fair. Neither do I.
So
There is an amount of energy just expended just to stay in one place.
yeah, so we're just gonna move. We're gonna move over to we're gonna go to.
I mean, like real world physical place. Like for me to not
Then go
do
ahead and walk
things,
around.
go on,
Dude,
like
walk
play games, and I've been walking around, laying on the couch, but like still always D&D. Like my brain wants to do things.
When it's not your turn, you can either write notes and.
Y'all have gotten on to me for doing things not on my turn, so I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. She looks over at Ari. Okay, would you like to either would you like to help me greet these delegates? Because I need suave, and I don't know anything about these people. I do know the Duragar. Just don't. The warning chiefs with the Duragar. Don't piss them off. They're just. And don't insult their food. They're just as bad as the halflings about their food.
Not as bad. They're just bastards.
They tried to kill us because if somebody insulted their food.
Is their food spicy? Says Venestra.
It is spicy.
I
It's
can't
spicy.
guarantee I'll be able to eat it. if I remember correctly, Avery has like no spice tolerance.
Glorious! V grinned, at least, as she might get something similar to her homeland's cooking.
Good. Well,
Is
let's
there going to be
go-
plenty of sour cream?
Sour cream, of course.
Helps take the edge off the spicy.
I can make
Deception
sour
check.
cream if that's what you want.
Deception check.
It's not a deception check. I just need some milk.
No, fair enough.
I can make
I
him
was
some
about to say-
sour cream.
I was thinking you were being like, yeah, they totally have sour cream, and I was about to say make a deception check.
No. I can make him some sour cream. Screw that.
It's actually a trick I do in real life. It takes the edge off spicy.
So I think we're just gonna go back and ask Violet's grandmother if they can host them here. Because it'll bring some people here. Even though there is a dragon outside the space, we'll just use the tree.
Cool.
You can see Angel just like, I had to learn how to be a druid for one thing only, this stupid tree. The only classes I ever took being a druid was to walk through that tree.
All right. So as you all exit the demiplane, it is worth note that it is starting to curl into evening. The day's sort of adventures through shopping and everything else have unfortunately costed you some basic lunch, unless of course you've taken time to snack just amongst and amidst these many tasks.
You kidding me? That's all we did was snack. Angel always has a snack.
We're not talking about Nicodemus, Megan.
Not the snack. Not the snack she's talking about. There are cookies in her bag. So, are they making dinner at this point? Is the grandmother making dinner, or is the other guy making dinner?
Yeah. Well, he is still making dinner of his own volition, but the grandmother, being a little bit more lively, is also absolutely taking ahead of much of that kitchen. And as it is curling into evening, those little traces of aurora that you were barely seeing in the sky are now starting to become a lot more prevalent, a lot more visible.
You said that it enhances divine ability, right?
It enhances divine magics and risks the chance of any other type of magic just going wild.
So I have a question. What do
And I would say
Nicodemus and Angel look
specifically,
like right now?
not specifically divine magic, but radiant magic specifically.
So what do Angel and Nicodemus look like right now?
Well, in terms of some of the radiant traits, the normal kind of passive glow that you guys give off does seem to be fluctuating, almost in mimicry of the aurora, with those other colors kind of filtering in and shifting around you a little bit.
While we're sitting next to each other?
It's subtle, but it's there.
It's a light show. It's a free light show. So we're gonna all sit ourselves at this dinner. Violet is like.
I should probably change first. I'm still wearing that thing.
Out of your weird outfit.
Bit of kind of revealing attire, which it's also an interesting point of note. While the moons themselves are not quite at an eclipse that would be expected 2 days from now, you can see the signs of that sort of event approaching, with respectively the two largest moons that hang in the sky in a gibbous kind of respectively waning away from their full states. And Yuskia almost barely visible in the sky, just a light crescent moving around and through them. The way the aurora seemingly catching off of them also, kind of in its own way altering the colors of these moons. burning ring, in particular around Felicia Meno, seeming to be in its own dance with the Aurora.
Hmm. So, who's all eating with us? Is it the uncle, and the aunt, and everybody sitting at the table?
They have, yes, the uncle and your aunt have finally made their presence known, of which they are no longer in their attire that they were in on pure circumstance in the Abyss. Now they've switched to something that seems to be a little bit more befitting of like formal casual attire for here, this town. It seems to be more wintry in its nature, and it seems to be, at least based on the looks and the way their body language is being carried, it's begrudging that they've changed into these clothes. But the way it fits them, with the already seemingly slightly worn fit, suggests that these were clothes they already owned and maybe just have not worn in some time.
Avery is changed into his basic tabard with a
His bakered. It's a tavern.
one from before.
Yeah. Which, of course, the aromas of the room do fill with some familiar scents, just even in some ways reminiscent of the morning's cooking.
In parentheses, I should say which form this outfit is fitted to, since it is not a magical item. Ikemen form.
You look good.
Thank you.
Because Angel is in a different dress, in a much more showy, satiny dress.
Got several outfits, but none of them are quite right for the occasion, except for this one.
Yeah. This,
I can get you something.
all in all,
I
is
have
very
more
much a
of
casual
something.
dining experience, and something of...
The next most normal thing would be either the Tavern of Innocence or the Brat blanket.
Would you like me to make you something actually, like some actual clothes that you can just walk around in?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine just walking around in my Brat blanket, but...
As Minister points out, you do have a wardrobe.
Saying this without the goofy Avery voice, the goofy, like, small Avery voice is hilarious.
As Vinestra points
They're
out,
like-
you do have a wardrobe that Vinestra created for you to have
Yeah,
a
she did.
right.
selection of clothing.
Right. I'll put that in my notes.
And also,
If you want to play dress up with me, be my guest.
You want your own Red Dragon outfit?
Boy, you're gonna put like a inflatable dinosaur costume on me?
No.
What? We can talk about this later.
Okay.
Yeah, point of note as well. Even though the Allura is the Allura, Allura Vysurin has made her way into the building. No, the Aurora.
No, don't say that. I would fate.
It's a magical wardrobe of holding.
Kind of. Yeah. Even though the Aurora is only making its presence known in limited capacity tonight, as again tomorrow is when it's really scheduled to come into full swing. The way it catches the windows and even the chandeliers in this building, it's almost like they were specifically designed and crafted to catch this kind of lighting. As it begins to sort of deflect and refract across the room in a sort of multicolored solar disco ball. It's subtle, it's light. Passive stealth to I would say passive stealth is employable when you actively make a point of trying to blend in.
In which case, wouldn't it be making a stealth roll against someone's passive perception?
Yeah.
Violet's going to try to see if like her grandmother has any of her mother's clothes where she can change into some of the dresses that her mother wore.
Easy enough. As kind of showcased in some previous sessions, your grandmother is shown to be a very sentimental woman. And there are a couple of wardrobes for not only for what you find to be your aunts and uncles' old clothing, but your mother's. And even some of your own old clothing. Stuff that, by all rights, no longer fits you. But it's things that as you look at them, you get flashes of childhood that had long since laid buried in your time in the Abyss. Hits of nostalgia almost rattling into you like a hummingbird buzzing in your ear.
I'm gonna make another dress out of all these old clothes.
Oh yeah, and with that note as well, your footfalls generally kinda subtle, even at your size. I'd say the higher passive stealth gets, the more natural.
We also have the giants at the table. We have those two giants at the table.
Yeah.
Those two giants are still eating with us. They're still here with us.
Technically, they are one giant. Just two heads.
I'm letting you know that I have my daughter out, like Angel has her giant daughter out, the Planetire, literally sitting next down to them, trying to watch how they're eating.
And they are also, in their own ways, making a point of showing Bob providing a structural example and not providing a more empathetic example. Both, in their own way, serving a purpose.
So, Avery, you do dancing, right? Like you... What's your profession?
Entertainer of the more sensuous variety.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining Spartans, what is your profession? And then the response is just fucking Britney Spears.
Brothel! Okay. Okay, let me put it to you this way. I used to take my clothes off in a brothel, so, let's just be very clear and forward with each other. For money.
I take
Lots
my
of
clothes off outside of a brothel because I want to. So.
I caught that. I caught that. He was like, I understand, but that's not what I'm asking. So I'm also a sensual entertainer, but I'm also I have some very slicey skills.
What are you trying to say? Wait, just ask me what you want to ask me. Sorry, I'm not in that form right now. Ask me what you want to ask me.
Okay. So, I need help keeping people entertained, and there will be new and
Love
elegant
just say
that
it
I
in
don't
plain
know.
English. Plain common.
This is common. I'm using common. I'm speaking common. So, I was just gonna ask if you and Venestra and Xanon could help me in introducing some delegates. They're technically suitors, but that's not gonna happen.
Some
I just
of them
want to
are
make that.
apparently into all of you guys.
Been
No,
a
they're not.
very long time since I've had a formal dance.
Okay. She looks over at Violet's grandmother while Violet is upstairs getting dressed. Can I wanted to ask you a question.
The mirror raised an eyebrow. So, you want us to fuck them?
No!
I
No.
mean, that's also part of
Not
my
quit beating around
profession.
the
If
bush.
you do want that, I would ask that I receive just compensation for both my time and my body.
Already filled your pockets.
That was for the adventuring. This is another deal entirely.
I'm
It's another
already
kind of
footing the
adventure and
bill
another
for your
pocket to be
lover.
Oh God, no.
I am already footing the bill for your lover in a very probably choice location, which I'm going to have to pay extensively for out the nose. So I'm not saying that you're indentured to me, but I would like the help.
Oh, I'll attend a party free of charge. I was just saying that the
I don't think I want you to
the
do
extra
anything like that.
extra service would.
I've worked in I technically half own like 17 nether brothels, but that's not something that I talk about. Why did it come out of my mouth?
Sounds like a lot of clientele,
17.
Vanessa.
That sounds like quite a crawl. I'll have to visit some of them.
I never talk about my business.
A lot of watering holes.
I grew up in them technically for like 2 or 3 years, so I don't really talk about.
Well,
So
I
if you
do
look-
believe we are drifting off the path of our original conversation.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just asking if you could help me greet them. First of all, before all that, she looks over at Viola's grandmother. I have a question. Would you mind if we hosted a bunch of delegates here? / suitors, because I don't want to bring them to my home, so they don't know the way into my house.
How many?
How many, Levy? Because I can't keep track of them. Isn't it 4? 4.
Teen.
V was just watching Amira and Avery fluster Angel.
4. Is it 4 or 2?
14.
The Somro got invited too, didn't they? Yes or no? Just a yes or no, please.
They were tired of being refused, so they imposed.
Oh, okay. So she just like gives the entire list of every single delegate that's gonna be there tomorrow. That's a lot.
You never talk about your business? V was just watching Amira and Avery fluster Angel.
No, I don't talk about my business. She looks over at Nicodemus.
Yeah.
We probably want to get Avery and Venestra a suit or a dress. I can stay up late. I can stay up late sewing it. I haven't done
If
it in
we're
a while.
are we partner dancing or?
It'll be like a ball. That's why I'm asking if we can host it here. I'll pay you.
And I should
I have a
probably
look at-
then I should probably stick with this form rather than my 4'3".
I look at the older kitty and I can host it. I can put the bill. I can do that, and I can bring the supplies. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. I just need a place to host it. It's not the castle
No.
because
If it's going to be neutral, darling, you're not footing a damn thing.
okay.
If it's going to be hosted by the neutral party, it will be subsidized by the neutral party.
So what do you mean? Clarify, please.
I'm paying the expenses.
Are you sure? Well, then I get to pay for
No, you
the Okay, then you have to
Anything involved with
allow
his
me.
body is paid for in-house.
Okay, but this you have to allow me to pay for the transport costs.
No.
That's not what I mean. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I am building a railway. It
For
comes
the
up
sake of
from
how
the
it's going to
Underdark.
look on paper, consider me an independent investor.
There, that works.
Astra says, so did you said Dwegar? Would they be
Duragar.
attending? Durag.
Yes, one of them thinks that we would make a good match. But he also picks his boogers. He did halfway through dinner when we were there. I don't know how he got them out of there. He should have chiseled them.
Sometimes you need to clear a blockage, but it should be done out of the public eye.
True.
The additional question from Venestra. So you said that'd be Duragar. What is their culture like?
They're nice. They're actually well structured. They have quite a bit of rapport with our city. So, they also have already agreed to trade in allowing us to put a railway through, so that way transportation can be shared throughout. So they've also spotted some of the costs on the metal in that location. So that was one of the first things that we worked with. I almost have a full railway from the west side of the Underdark all the way to the east side of the Underdark, which is it's very exciting.
Well, in terms of another note on formalities, would we want to dress up Ravik and Xanon as well?
Yes. Ravik and Xanon, I would love to see them in a nice outfit.
Nestra says, and I quote, I see. And any cultural values? He was trying to see how similar they were to her homelands.
Lovey, what was the difference between here and there? It wasn't much, was there? Or wasn't
History check.
other than like history check? I think it's just respect the eldest. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It's like the biggest thing. Yeah, natural 20 on the. That's my
Natural
third one
20.
today.
One of the biggest driving hallmarks of their culture is the eldest are the ones that are put in the position of most respect, because especially considering how volatile two surrounding cultures
Angel's
to a
gonna
tend to be,
view this.
they are kind of almost race-wise an example of don't fuck with an old man in a profession where men die young, but that is their culture, except driven to more of a subtle and cutthroat kind of way, but in more considered to be safe and protected and secure gatherings and environments. It's a less violent example of that. It's an intimidating presence by all means, but they do also, in a subtly racist fashion, they do hold a lot more stock in people who are of the Underdark over others.
I have 3 hill gnomes, at least one tribe with a actual suitor showing. And then I have the Summeril elves, which I did not get the Star Elves on board. They want their own party separately, which is supposed to be secluded. And it will involve some drow as well. So tomorrow is just the Sun Elves and some of the Highborn Elves.
Another thing that you've learned about Durgar culturally. They take the example of, dwarven greed, dwarven money grubbing, that kind of thing, and they are particular fans of indentured servitude. When it comes to infighting and wars and things, they won't, enslave the losers per se. They'll put the losers in debt.
Or it'll make them serve
A lot of debt.
the debt. Yep.
Yeah, they are the banking system on dark fantasy steroids.
Surprisingly, we have extremely good credit with them.
Yeah, Robert
I think
walks
it's
into the
also-
building. Tellers hold their hands up, and the manager says, "What are you doing? We're not getting robbed. He's in here. We're robbing him. Put your gun in the bag." Sorry if that took you off your train of thought. I was just giving an example.
But it is their Aurora. It's the Aurora tomorrow, so I don't think Nicodemus and I are gonna be. She looks over at Nicodemus. I think we're gonna be noticeable.
You may not be avoiding that well there.
Well, there's no avoiding it. We can't hide it. And all of the kids are supposed to be at that to get together. They need to. The ruling was that I'm supposed to have everyone present,
Yeah.
especially for the Somrel people, because they're like, I want to know what I'm paying for if I'm going to marry you. That's what they said in like way much more advanced speak. The intentions of your children might be quite extensive on Earth. Wages. Trying to sound smart.
I think you're tired, love.
That was the letter. The guy didn't know how to write.
They may have been cutting corners for whoever they had writing that for 'em. Which, if they were, doesn't say a lot about their respect.
Yes, but one of the kings or queens is supposed to some area. I don't remember who they are. Wants to meet him, date their son, or see their son. I don't know. So he will
Anytime
be-
there's a vacancy and a new rise to power, there's always someone who wants to attach onto it like a leech.
I don't know what the kingship is in like Samaral. There's a couple of fiefdoms or things like that, but nothing like extensive. And plus, the Mafia has most control in Samaral, right?
Yeah. And I believe also on the subject of the way things work with the Duergar, I believe I mentioned explicitly that they were an oligarchy. I don't remember if I didn't.
You did.
Yeah. Okay.
So, there's that. We also have I'm more concerned about Samaral. Can we have a little bit of Samaral background for some people? 'Cause-
Yeah. Which I will say, let me know if this flies in the face of any lore you've written. But then again, future it could mean
Okay.
that things have
No,
gotten
it's
reorganized.
probably there'll be some reorganization, but not extensive. There are a couple of kings, but not like
Yeah, there are kingships and queenships, but for the most part, it is. Well, for most of them, it is an example of kind of like a formal title, like it is for.
because they've been that long for that. They've been there for too long.
Yeah, formal title insofar as like an equivalent of, how the Queen was in the UK, in England, that whole thing.
There are some traditional ones, but there's not. They're more south in the jungle section.
Yeah.
There's only like one in that section.
As far as ones that still have official rulership, they're the ones that are a little further south. But in terms
Because
of
the jungle is crazy.
yeah, you kind of have to, employ a bit of an iron fist to survive those regions. Even if it's
And I
maybe
look at-
closer to a tin fist.
That is not the one that is going to be here. that one did not want to combine houses like that. They want to do trade routes, which was nice. They just wanted to be nice friends. So Nicodemus, like, that's like the only relief I have.
Yeah.
All the older shit.
And another thing as well, at least as far as like the, not really the macro politics, but sort of the micro politics in Someril, is there's a lot of weirdly kind of noble family competition insofar as who produces the best luxury goods. Kind of a goods war in that sense.
The Star City, which is the one on the top of Someril, would not have, they would have insisted on just having their own party because they're just not gonna.
Yeah.
It's a hidden city made of bull magic.
Mm-hmm.
She looks over at Avery. Have you ever been to one of these big balls before?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well,
Can't say that I have.
not strictly. With your history, the closest you've probably gotten to a ball has been some information gathering where it was prudent for things that were helpful for like trying to get help from the elite given your condition, which, went kind of nowhere.
We just won't have the burning door if they come through the door this time.
I'm fascinated actually. If we're gathering, we're not gathering them in Shiny, are we? So we won't have some world leader suddenly just turning to ash and revealing, okay, so that one was corrupt.
We did that.
Yeah.
Twice.
Mm-hmm.
We
It's
almost
funny.
started a war.
Yeah. People and leaders spontaneously turning to ash. Whether, it's cosmically justified or not great for diplomatic relations.
It wasn't horrible. It did help. It did create the vacuum that needed to happen. Did Vanessa say something?
Yeah, she says, before they arrive, we should kill that dragon turtle so we can also do a show of might.
What if we just... Yeah, we could try, but I'm not expecting the turtle dragon to be dead. Also, that would be a great way to keep them at bay, to keep that looming threat over their head. We could just summon the dragon turtle and just let them eat. You see, you're just like thinking, we can use this to our advantage.
Feed the problematic guests to the mutant dragon turtle, sure.
Dragon turtle, yeah, that'd be great. Playing chess. Some pieces gotta be sacrificed. This is her thought process.
You are one ruthless ruler.
I can't say I'm not. But I also am playing with a bigger scale right now.
Also, in terms of the amount of nieces and nephews you've given me, you're basically Genghis Khan.
Vinestra says, I mean, we kill it to prove we're stronger as a force angel instead of letting a neutral entity dictate what it can do.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have. It depends on if we have time to kill the dragon turtle before they show up. There will be here during the actual Aurora, so we don't want to necessarily do that. That is a festival time, and I don't want them to die during the festival time. That would be
again,
even more of an insult.
Not strictly a festival, just an a very prudent coalescing of celestial events.
Any magic that's not radiant is going to be difficult tomorrow, so we might want to take that into account as well. If we're going to fight the dragon turtle. As Violet is currently looking, I just want to know, is my fiance's family going to be there? Because I might need to kill someone. I just want to know.
Why the bloody hell do you think I would invite them?
I don't think they would care if they were invited. I think they would just show up because that's just how it works sometimes with
If
us.
that's
Well,
the case, why ask him?
I'd say that's up to the host, whether you would allow such an imposition.
I would not allow such an imposition, but I wouldn't put it past them because Sommerl is coming on their own. They have been denied and put at bay and put at bay and put at bay because they insult my paramour. Because of their insults to Nicodemus, they've been put at bay multiple times. I don't like it when they insult the changelings.
Well, this is going to be an unfortunate family really. Unfortunate family reunion. God, my brain broke there for a second.
I don't know. Who would your mother have sent to date me? Or try to date me? If she's the top of the family tree.
More like the center of its web.
Yes, but who would she have sent?
There's a couple of options. One's a lot more likely than the other.
Okay, give me a brief summary on what we're dealing with because I don't know what delegates they brought. They just said they're getting all of them together and showing up because apparently I'm not good enough to have patience given to me. Who is it? What are they like? Do they farts funny? Do they have a weird face? Are their eyes too close together? I don't know what these people are gonna look like. I get photos before they show up sometimes, and then sometimes I don't get any photos, and sometimes
They
they just
might be
show up.
sending Vindil.
Okay.
Vinlil.
Finleal.
Sounds slimy for a name, right?
Huh?
Sounds slimy for a name.
Doesn't sound comfortable.
Oh, but oddly enough, it translates to mint. Not the herb. He handles much of the finances for the family.
She looks over at Griffin and Griffin. She's thinking to Griffin. But Angel doesn't have a link over to Avery, so she's going to do this privately. Hey, I have a question. Can you get Avery's girlfriend a dress? So she says to Griffin mentally.
Get her I mean, I can, but getting her to stand is a different thing.
Then get her a wheelchair.
That's assuming she'd be in shape for a fucking party.
She doesn't have to be. I know how to make her live longer. But it's gonna be up to Avery, and I'm gonna have to judge this. Hey, Avery. She goes over and she gets private time with Avery since she's agreed to. Since the grandmother's making plans over here for the party. How
Yes.
would you feel about being soul-bound with your person?
Well, we were saving that till after this mess was resolved. But
I will throw you the biggest wedding in the world afterwards. But in order to keep her alive, if you live, She has to live.
You would know magically that there is a risk in doing a soul bind with the complications that they both have. While there is a chance that it could prolong her life, there is also a chance that it could just make things worse for both of them with the states that they are both in.
I want to know if I can do it. But I just wanted to know if you wanted to try.
If she needs to make a roll, I can also magically help with that roll. That's one of my abilities. I can enhance skill.
As someone who can soul sing, kind of, can I see the dissension in his aura? Because of the aurora itself, can I see what's wrong?
Roll me a vibe check.
Yes. This is what I wanted to do all day.
I'm gonna empower skill.
Oh, okay. It's a natural 20.
Oh,
Oh my god.
cool.
That is a plus 12 for me, I think.
So,
You said last time.
what's wrong with his aura? As described, apparently his psionic presence, or his sort of astral form, basically the parts of his spirit and soul that compose the manifestation of his psyche, it looks like looking at a reflection through a shattered mirror, and the pieces have flaked off, and they're just kind of scattered in different directions and places. Some of them are on opposite sides of this fucking room, even though he's standing right here.
Strange.
And at least as far as you can tell and look, at least not all of the pieces that would comprise the whole picture are at least visible here.
If I can pull two of them together, could I fix the others? Could we work together to find the other pieces?
There's always a number of possibilities and a number of solutions to any problem I present. So, if you feel it's worth a try.
Avery, will you dance with me? I'll teach you how to dance.
Sure.
She looks
Yes, I'll
at
dance.
her daughter Hope. Hope, can you do something for me?
What am I doing?
I need you to play that song that your uncle likes.
Which one?
The one that he barely ever plays around anybody else but you guys.
Oh. With my violin?
Mhm.
Okay.
The waltz, not the other one.
Okay.
Either that or the slow dance, whichever one you like.
Fine.
Let's roll a performance check for Hope.
I ain't gonna need a performance check, because I'm gonna be pulling on his aura. I need
Not
your
bad.
permission to do something. Avery, do I have permission to pull two of your aura pieces together?
You know what? It's risky, but sure you have permission.
Okay. So this is an attempt to heal him, at least in kind of a abstract way.
I'm gonna soul sing.
Yep. So natural 20 for your vibe check. Now Avery, because of the generally almost counterproductive aspects of your particular affliction, I'm going to need you to roll me a vibe check in kind.
I'm gonna give it bardic inspiration.
What does that do? Advantage?
gives you a plus 10. I think I have a
Okay.
plus 10.
D10.
Yeah?
D10.
Plus D10.
It's a D10. Okay.
And vibe again as a custom skill is wisdom.
Okay. That's a nat 20. I'll be honest, it got half stuck on
What's the total?
The total would be a 29.
Do you want to use your bardic inspiration or not?
Yes.
Roll it.
Do it.
Five. 29 plus 5 would be
You meet me.
34.
You meet me. It's a perfect meet.
You match.
With dragon's heart imbued with my body. You
Okay.
What
match.
was that the criteria for success? Perfectly matching rolls?
Circumstantially,
It's circumstantially.
it's the criteria for what is being attempted here being in a manner a success. And I'm going to get into that. So, as you dance together, it's a calm, gentle experience. You've danced before, generally a lot more intense. That your types of dances are a lot more energetic, but you follow along easily enough. Doing any kind of performative art, particularly something like a waltz, it's a simple enough pattern to fall into, and you feel almost zoned into it. It's a much less stressful type of performance than you usually involve yourself with. It feels almost calming in its own way, and there's a vibration to it, in part due to this little girl's beautiful violin that she's playing in the back to set the pace with it, and in part just the act of engaging. And you can feel that familiar radiation coming off of yourself. It begins to intermingle in a sort of almost harmonic way with the radiance and the radiant magic that is radiating off of Angel.
That's
Usually,
new.
this is where pain, severe, aggressive, and egregious pain starts to kick in.
Yeah.
And you do feel it, but it's subtle at first, like an itch. Grows steadily, very steadily. It seems to ebb and flow, almost in tone with the music, getting less and more, depending on the rhythm and pace. You begin to almost focus on the shifting of that pain and get used to it in a way that your mind begins to numb it out.
I was going to say that I note its presence, but instead of focusing on it, I focus on the dance.
Teaching.
Fair enough.
Letting it exist, but practicing mindfulness and not focusing on it.
And in that, Angel, you watch as two shards of at least what is present of his psyche, nowhere near the full shattered image, but two pieces of it slowly they conjoin, they meld, the cracks dissipate, and almost like glass, there's a vibration to it that rings along with the song, with the dance, with the rhythm. That pain grows sharp, like a knife, in the briefest moment. And then, even though it's only a small portion of yourself, you look at a spot on your right arm, a large crack, one of the harder spots for you to hide when you shift form. Skin gets absurdly dry. You watch as it peels up. Flakes like a fresh sunburn in a blister looking to be peeled away. You instinctively, even in the midst of the waltz, reach for it. Just that note of something itches. And you peel at it, peeling it away. You see fresh, pink, unmarred skin under that spot.
Don't know what you did, but it's worth it.
I can see things.
And then, almost as if some act of unseen retaliation from what source you're uncertain, another sharp, racking moment of pain, so bad that it makes your ears ring, like nails on a chalkboard. Only a con save.
Nick. She looks at Nick.
That'd be a 24.
24. Your eyes flutter, wincing against the pain. You feel that if you didn't have even a moment to recover...
Oh, also Avery, nat 20 for you.
Oh,
Divination was.
Well, you already got the crit, so... Oh, net 20 for the con save, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So net 20.
Where? What? How? What? Who's the divination wizard?
She is.
Amira's got divination wizard levels.
Oh, okay.
So she handed you a nat 20 for that con save.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Nick, do you miss the back?
Hold on. Still describing. So, as it reaches a fever pitch, and for a moment you feel your eyes flutter in that pain, quite easily seeing that if you hadn't had a grip on even just this dance as a momentary distraction, you might have crumpled to the floor in agony. Just as sharply as it came, in almost a body's reaction of anger. It's just back to that same ambient pain you're so very used to, but that healed spot remains.
I can see things.
It's not a pleasant feeling,
Angel,
but it was a healing.
given the exertion of trying to rectify, even in part, a condition like this, I need you to roll me a d6.
Oh, I'm gonna take exhaustion.
Yes. And we know what 6 means, so it's a risk.
Yeah, but if I die, that's not a.
Not a problem?
It is and it isn't. It is because usually that means I'll have a birth after I'm refined. Oh, okay. One.
1.
One is good. One is good.
As the dance continues, you, Avery, also watch as Angel's posture sinks a little bit. Bags almost appear under her eyes. As if some magical cost was exacted for even attempting this.
This doesn't feel safe.
Now, also given that this wasn't strictly use of radiant magic, but just magic in general, I'm gonna roll a d20 to see if that goes wild.
All right.
It doesn't.
I want to. She makes Griffin pull up the image of his girl next to her angel. She wants to see if she can see it. Like she does when she sees floating spirits.
Now, in him pulling up the magical projection, you don't see the aura. It seems there has to be some level of presence involved to read it. But Avery and Angel, give me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Yeah, 20.
Double nat 20. Avery, you remember quite particularly a fairly large gash of that disease running across her face. You look through the image, looking for it. Trying to see if maybe it's just, hiding in the shadow, in the lighting. No, it's missing.
Angel, whatever you did, not only helped me, helped us both at the same time.
I think I know what I want to try next. I want to try one more time. But I want Nick involved.
I think I wasn't, love. You can see the same bags under his eyes.
Oh, Jesus.
I want to try one more time. I can't bear tweaking a changeling like this in pain. You see Angel's hand run across your face with the most gentle touch you probably ever felt.
Given what your skin has to deal with, it's still very much kind of like, soft hands on sandpaper.
I'm gonna try one more time. See if I can see something else.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Are you sure?
Yeah. Yes, my weakness is changelings and being in pain. It's my weakness.
I feel like there were plenty of warnings on the risks.
With 1 point of exhaustion, you have
this.
disadvantage on skill checks. So,
That's fine.
Not to mention that I also had to make several con saves throughout that.
Con saves are okay. We don't have to meet. Actually, I'm going to exert something I haven't used. I have a win card, but I haven't used. It's like a Felix Felicis thing. It's one of those items that I've had for a long time, and I haven't used it yet. I don't get to use many items like this. I just want to give him one more win so she can maybe walk and dance with him. I want that. I want that for him next episode. I want that. I want that so bad right now.
I see the regret in your eyes, Joe. It's so clearly visible.
Not regret.
No, it's not. Oh man, why did I forget about that? How could I forget I gave that to her?
You have no idea how many items have presented that thought in my mind. Early on in the campaign, I was a little bit magic item happy. Especially because I was just excited to be starting a campaign. So, there's a lot of those.
Welcome back.
That's all I want.
Angel cured Avery and Aiko a little bit, not fully, of their disease. So we are making a good headway, and now she's gonna try something with a legendary magical item she's got.
No, it's a boon I've had. I've had this boon from all the stuff that I've done that I haven't used yet.
It's
So
a single auto success in a bottle, which I expected to be used
single auto
probably
success.
a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So she pulls out this crown that she's kept for however long it was. It had one wish left in it. one ultimate success. You said I could use it as an ultimate success or a wish.
Ultimate success. There was some this item was handed out with a conditional wish already bound to it.
Venestra says, so now... Venestra, the player, says, so now Avery's only mostly dead?
Only mostly dead.
There's a big difference
Big
between
difference.
mostly dead and all dead.
Yeah, and all dead. So she looks over at him. I want to try. One more time. If something bad happens to me, I don't want you to freak out. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
The point is, Joe, this will put me to my last point of exhaustion. I will have birth this episode. But I want to see her dance with him at the ball next episode. I want that. I want that so bad. I want it. I want it so bad. I want that cute moment so bad. I'll do it for that. I'll do it for that. I'll take 1L for that. To see her stand. That would be really nice.
Okay.
I can't put into words how grateful I am already.
Well,
Do not have to sacrifice yourself for me.
there still has to be the other side of the rolls here. So you will auto succeed on the vibe check. I will need another vibe check from you. Given the auto success, your DC has lowered.
I'm going to use an inspiration. I'm not okay with rolling a 4 right there. At least one inspiration. We'll see what this roll is. 6 isn't much better. We'll just use the second one. Hey, there's that 20. All right. That's a 20.
Not 20.
Okay.
It was 2 inspiration.
The waltz continues. Emotions, no small amount of confusion, are encroaching into this. Con save from you, Avery. A D6.
This is what she tells you while she's dancing with you. I want you to be able to see and feel what's going wrong. And you can't when you're in so much pain that you can't tell.
Yeah, con save is going to be a total of 10, DM.
Total of 10. Okay.
I can't give him Bardic for con, can I? No, I can't.
Unfortunately not.
But no, go ahead with that.
Can you give Bless? Does Bless affect saving throws?
Yeah.
Fuck it, why not?
There you go.
Oh, hold on. Vanessa's double checking.
He's only mostly dead. Who's to blame? You know what that means in the book. So you're probably playing cards that he cheated. He said true love, Max. He said true love. Go away, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm your wife. But after you said that, I'm not even sure I want to be that anymore.
Saving throw does? Okay.
What does that do?
Bless
Is
is
it an
an additional
advantage?
1d4.
1d4. Rolled by me?
Yes.
Alright, so that's, that was a 10, so that goes up to a 13.
13. Okay. So, spike of pain begins to ring out again. Less simple to ignore this time. As you feel your vision blur, your body shake. Your stance begin to crumple.
I'd say I probably trip over my feet and go to the ground.
Not fully.
Oh.
You're managing to, I'd say, be in part held up by Angel here. But you are on the verge of crumpling, yet you are still being caught. So the D6 from Angel, what did you get?
We had D6.
Yeah.
No, it's an instant death. It's literally 5 points of exhaustion. You told me that I would take 5 points. You warned me that I would take the full 5 points of exhaustion.
Oh.
That's why I know that I will have a birth.
Okay. Let me lay this out then.
But as long as I'm doing something with love, there's a difference between what I'm doing and what other things I do.
So, Angel, as you cast this out again, first of all, D20 to see if it goes wild.
I have a question. How come the first one only applied 1 point of exhaustion, and the second one did 5?
The 5 had a condition that the person who put it on the crown would take 5 points of exhaustion.
Yeah, using this crown induces 5 points of exhaustion, which means it's supposed to bring you to almost dead. You did it with already being exhausted 1 point. Forgot about that shit. It was supposed to be use this in extreme circumstances, not kill yourself with it.
It's an auto success. This is the crown will break. It's a boon. It's just for one thing.
Boom to the side effect.
You gave it a side effect. What do you want me to do?
To use it without a point of exhaustion already there.
You didn't have a choice. But I'll have a birth.
You kind of did, but
It'll be my first birth of the season. Let me have it. I only get one. Don't be mean to me. Don't be mean to me. I've been watching. Trying to be.
There are magic items that prevent exhaustion, says Sinestra.
Angel's more curious. She wants something. She wants to see it. She can see it in her head what she wants. She wants him to dance. She wants her to feel like a princess no matter what happens. She'll still live. That's how Angel works. That's how her and Nicodemus feel. Really. And watching changelings go through this is terrifying for her.
I'm rolling a D100 for the wild magic effect here, because some of it does go wild.
Mira is going to have a suddenly high volume request for punishing implements, isn't she?
Yeah. Huh. You know what? That's actually okay. That's kind of thematic.
What happens?
Angel.
Yeah.
As you start to see another piece of that floating psyche slot in, it's only a moment. You don't fully see it slot into place before your vision goes white, your ears ring, your heart stops. You barely feel yourself hit the floor, where from the outside Avery, suddenly in a flash of pink light careening out from Angel, a sea of flower petals and butterflies blasting out of her and filling the room, and they will continue to do so for the next minute. Nick has collapsed in kind. As she collapses, you barely notice how more of your hand flakes off and smooths over. And now in the image, before Griffin out of shock drops it, Aiko collapses out of the bed she's laying in, as she tried to crawl out of it. There's a thrumming moment as all of the light in the room is pulled away, like drawn into a void. The flower petals, they glow. Soft ambient pink, swirling and coalescing around Angel and Nick. A couple of motes of light, glowing a light within their bodies, start to pull out of them, their chests lifting as they start to hover off of the floor, and those points start to pull together, hovering above them.
Avery's reminding himself of the warning that Angel gave before, that she will be back, that she expected this outcome.
Before, in a flash, a form grows out of that now combined mode of light. Not one of the requested Celestials today, but small and infantile, as the aurora, despite yet not meant to fully glow here, coalescing, growing, glowing intensely, more intense and more intense and more intense, and then vibrant and blue. In a span of 3 flashes, 3 moments, 3 seconds, 3 heartbeats. Glowing. A symbol marking the face, small and infantile, not transformed from anything else, but naturally born. On the eve of an aurora and eclipse, a Leyborn. And as no further sounds of heartbeat can be heard, both of you lurch to life in just enough time to catch this infant before it hits the floor.
Oh, shit.
Both of you so exhausted out of your minds that you are both essentially blind. And then, in a moment of arcane invasion, or perhaps lack of permission, you notice Griffin is missing from the room before, in a brief moment, a magical gate opens. And walking through, hoisted over his shoulder, though admittedly limping in a great deal of pain, at his side, Aiko, walking, admittedly with some difficulty, on 2 feet.
There are no words. It's just...
And she is just looking at her feet in shock. You see her body pockmarked with as many scars as you have, some of them healed in places, her face clean of them. She looks to you. Hey, babe. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Yay!
Wow.
You didn't tell me if it was male or female. You know, give me information on that. 'Cause
They're changelings, so it's coin toss.
Leyborn.
Is Aiko
Oh,
female?
the Leyborn?
Or is Aiko a
Kind of
changeling?
Yeah. Leyborn's kind of immutable. Leyborn, similar to changelings, will decide on what they are.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Of course, with Leyborn, well, this is the first time you've seen one naturally, so you're going to kind of discover how that process works. We would go over to Nick and Angel and take them to the Dow lamp to heal up. Yeah, and you are going to get a very prudent shipment order from Nick once he's able to consciously form words.
You did kind of read the notes on how I envisioned Aiko, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And especially in this form, in as much pain as she's in, a changeling she is.
Just wanted to do that because I want them to dance at the party together because it's gonna be cute.
I wouldn't get ahead of ourselves. It doesn't look like she's in any position to dance yet.
So, despite the fact that my brain has been fogged as shit, that has been a hell of an ending to a session, emotional as hell. What do we name the session? Who do we raid? As I'm going to feel quite pleased with myself in getting the chance to lay down after this. And yeah. God willing, you guys are going to fight a mutated dragon turtle next session.
For the party, it'd be funny if this like
Was the oh.
And as far as that question, think about the gaping dragon from Dark Souls if that entire fucker was a battle map. A lot of teeth. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. So.
Also, how big? You don't know if you want the answer to that. Oh, squares wise.
30 by 30. You know, give like maybe 2 square range on either side for, you know, water and shit like that. But yeah.
Eeg. Square was what, 5 meters?
5 feet, yeah.
5 feet.
150 by 150 feet. Thing's a beast. No.
Claymore?
Layborn.
What color is the Claymore?
I said vibrant. Saria blue. Natural born.
This seemed like a highly climactic event for such a relatively small amount of healing.
Well, there's a reason that your healing process is attached to a quest line, dude.
Yeah.
Your body is fucked. That's literally what it is. And it's like, I can only do this so many times. We could do this a couple of times, but I don't think I can manage to do this perfectly every single time because I'm not proficient yet. I have a question. Have I gained partial persistence against soul singing? DM, please. Please.
You haven't done it enough yet.
Damn it.
But we're gonna
You did it very intensely, but not enough.
We're gonna raid Ruthie. I'm kind of sad Amber wasn't here for it, but Amber needed to heal. So.
Well, I want to see them at the ball. If we're gonna have a ball, I want to see her dance at the ball. I don't have to stay in here for like 3 hours. Yeah.
I'm going to Control A and Control X. What are we going to name the
killing
session?
the turtle before the ball, stated as a fact by Venestra.
A spark of hope. I have no idea. What do we call the session, guys? A spark of hope? I don't know. That's what I got.
Love is more than skin deep.
Kind of long. We could probably just shorten it to more than skin deep.
Oh, that's so cute.
Sure.
I think it's also because Angel knows what it's like to feel unhappier person. Wish did it.
Of course, we could also name the session Eucerin. No, I'm kidding.
No.
Skincare lotion.